Well, hello, Sofa Squad. How are you? Hello, Sofa Squad. What is new? Y'all will see. Let's get this situated. There we go. There we go. That's a good microphone. Thank you, Farrell, for the number one, so y'all can hear me. Once I start talking, we'll try and get this thing situated to see if, to try and align my voice. Yo, I'm in bed, crashed out earlier, and I've just been like kind of in bed, being in bed. So we're reporting live from the bed today, at least for the first couple hours, whatever. I took a massive nap after a productive morning, and I was like, I can't. I was like, I don't know if I'm coming down with something. I don't know what's up, but I was like, I can't. So I've just been laying in bed, and I was like, I honestly was like, can I even stream today? And I was like, just situate in bed. Now that being said, y'all, guess what? The mushroom lady, remember from Australia? She's headed to court. She was spotted for the first time in forever going to pretrial court, like what we kind of see happens here. If y'all didn't follow that, this was not the one that we did recently, the Brazilian woman who used the whatever to kill family. This was the death cap mushroom killer. Um and she killed off her what was it, parent-in-laws, mother and father-in-law, and all sorts of stuff. Instant relief. Yeah. Actually, y'all are my relief, right? Y'all are my happiness. Um, so yeah, so y'all. Pardon me. So today, hey Ultra, hey Tux, how's it going? Thanks for joining. I honestly think the trial, seriously, the trial has to be. Hey Shayna, what's up? The trial has to be just wearing down and just everything in general. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. I love all y'all's comments. Oh my god, they're so funny. Um, I felt like there was other enough. Oh, for those of you who like my scary movie channel, the link's below. I uploaded a video today on it. Hey Jenny. So I haven't done that in a while. Um, and I'm gonna start doing it, but it's gonna be more like my daily update videos here of just using my phone. Um, because I get so, I don't know how to say it, but like, oh, I wanted to do the video and do this and edit it and this and that, and I never end up doing it. But I love talking to y'all about the movies. And so the one that I did was The Woman in the Yard. I just saw it and I was like, I have got to start uploading that again. And already somebody was like, will you do like a spoiler version where we just talk about it? And I think I will, because I have so many things. Like I really like that movie. Anyways, enough about that. Um, Lord mercy. Yeah, y'all, it's when I say it's cold, it's just cold in here, but it feels good. Um, so overall, so let's switch. Let's get my ADHD onto Lori Ballo. That's oh wait, hold on. Put this on. Okay. Hey Tori. Hey Audra. I don't know if I already said hey to y'all. Um, so yesterday, and if you saw my what do you call it? Like my update video on the main channel or whatever. Overall, yes, like if you're looking for like, don't flatter yourself or KO boy, that kind of like tea and drama from court. We didn't really get that yesterday. What we got yesterday was showing in my opinion, unprofessional opinion, showing the jury point blank, black and white, 1 or 100 down under. I was praying to see your name. Okay, so sorry, y'all. We'll get back to Lori in a second. Down under, I saw that Aaron Patterson, the mushroom killer, is going to trial. You've got to keep. You got, girl. We need you. We need you keeping us informed up in here. Oh, thanks, Emmy. I hope I'm saying your name right. Amy. Am I saying that right? First, I'm going live for a trial. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Sorry that I'm reporting live from the bed today. But yeah, to sum it up, now that they're talking in the courtroom, we'll switch to that. Solid evidence for the jury. Absolutely. Woman of Steel. Solid evidence for the jury at minimum, y'all. I'm talking the bare minimum. If we haven't gotten the jury on any kind of bandwagon, they know that she's a liar, a Social Security fraud. I don't even know if that's up for the situation.
On the record, State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell. It's 10:02 a.m. The attorneys
make sure I've got this set right.
Present. This is the time set to discuss a few of the motions before we bring in the jury at about 10:15.
Let me make sure I have my thing done. Please hold.
Judge, I do have one other
it's
thing
not
to
far
raise
down to
that
paradise.
Goes back to what we dealt
At
with
least
yesterday.
it's not for
Apparently,
me.
Ms. Vallow also
Dun, dun.
attempted service on another one of the next of kin in Louisiana, Larry Woodcock. Again, that information, including his address.
Thanks,
which
Jenny.
he should not have access to, and in violation of victims' rights and the Arizona Constitution, was filed with the clerk's office. So we have not only, we have multiple people that she's subpoenaing that are not on her 15.2, that she's violating victims' rights for. So I'm going to ask, of course, the court seal that subpoena as well, since it includes his address.
All right, it's ordered sealing any subpoena that was filed relating to Larry Woodcock. Do you have outstanding subpoenas on next of kin or, well, let's start with there. Next of kin.
Let me check, Your Honor.
Okay, yeah. So what does she do? She filed something and she showed that she has Larry's address. That's creepy.
Check on that, Your Honor, but not that we're aware of.
As to the extent that you have subpoenas for next of kin on either of your cases, you need to coordinate the service of those subpoenas through the county attorney's office. They can facilitate in that and getting those people served if they are indeed witnesses that have relevant information in these cases.
And both of those people, Your Honor, Robert Vallow and Larry Woodcock, were not on my list and were not intended to be subpoenaed. So it was an oversight.
So I don't know how OPDS got that information to serve them subpoenas. So someone on your team needs to double check with OPDS that the correct people are being subpoenaed.
And Your Honor, they are signed by the defendant. So.
All right.
Oops.
She is the one who's signing those subpoenas. She is the one acting as counsel. So she is the one asking to send those out.
So how was it an oversight?
I just signed them all and we got them prepared and I signed them all and I did not check them. It's my own fault. But I apologize to the families.
So do you know the names of all the people you subpoenaed, or you just signed a stack of subpoenas?
I did sign the stack, but I thought I was aware of all that they were the ones that I had asked to subpoena.
For this trial or for the next one as well?
Just for this one. We haven't done our subpoenas yet for the next trial.
I'll try. And for the next trial, I need you to be more diligent in what you're signing. And if there is a subpoena for someone who is a next of kin or a victim under the Victim's Bill of Rights, the subpoena that needs to be coordinated through county attorney's office, or is there a victim representative attorney? I haven't had one yet.
There is not a victim representative attorney, so it would come through us, Your Honor.
Okay.
Well,
we sort of addressed the motion in limine yesterday about
and there we are.
Questioning of any police personnel regarding the timing of the arrest, why the investigation took as long as it did, who was or wasn't arrested. Again, I'll ask the defendant, if you think those are questions that you need to ask, please ask to take a break first, but otherwise I'm expecting you to not ask those types of questions of any witness. We then have let's take up the Janice Cox and Summer Shiflett video. You've had a chance to review that?
I did.
What's your position on the state's motion?
Thanks, Sheena.
Your Honor, I obviously think that it should not be precluded, that it is evidence in fact of why that happened on July 11th, that it happened. So if there had been no bat, there would have been no gun. It was a reason why self-defense was a even an issue on that day, on July 11th.
Let me make sure I understand the state's position correctly. The state hasn't seen the actual video that these two witnesses have watched.
Correct. It
Right.
apparently.
So
was-
absent someone coming in and introducing the actual video into evidence which could have its own evidentiary issues, but absent that, they can't testify in court about things they saw on a video because it's hearsay. They're testifying to things that they observed outside of court, and there's no verification, no way to cross-examine on that. So my ruling would be that unless some video comes in and someone lays foundation for that video, that no witness would be allowed to discuss what they what they saw, heard, or viewed in that video. All right. Then we have the state's third motion to preclude defendant's witnesses. Let's discuss. I'm going to ask you again, Ms. Daybell, how do you pronounce the first person's name? Baisa? Baisia? Has your team or your investigator, anyone been able to locate that person?
She's getting old cellmates. Who was it?
I
Wait,
would have
what?
to check with my investigator, Your Honor.
What about Gabriel Bonilla?
I know that he has made contact several times with Gabriel. I don't know if he has interviewed him, but I know that he's made contact with him several times.
Do you know if he's been served with a subpoena?
We're looking that up now.
Yo, is my voice? Wait, let me back this up some. Is my voice super loud over them talking? Not that I'm going to talk over them the whole thing, but just, so that we know. Hey, Upstate. Hey, Lady Nemesis. Hey, Cheryl. Hey, Zakla. Be curious. Louise. Wait, so my voice is like way louder than the court? Okay, let's see here.
And
How is
while you're
that?
at it, I'm going to ask about Ashlyn Rind and Barry Cox.
Okay.
Is that better? About 50% louder.
What does it say?
That's low. What about now? This microphone is so sensitive. I have the microphone turned all the way down. It's giving late nights radio. I love it, right? Right here. Okay, so I'll keep it about.
So it looks like that
There we
Ashlyn
go.
Rind was not served or found, that Gabe Bonilla
Oh, I hope you feel better, Cheryl.
several times tried to serve that subpoena and it has not been served. And I'm not sure on the Barry Cox.
All right, well, as was indicated by the state yesterday, they may be resting their case in chief sometime Thursday, at the latest Monday. So you're kind of out of time on producing these witnesses for interview. I shouldn't say you're kind of out of time. You are out of time. I don't know that I need to effectively preclude them
Shane
because
won't like that.
you haven't been able to serve them or get them to appear, in which case they wouldn't be called as witnesses. In the event that they are served or surfaced, we'd still need to have a discussion of whether they have any relevant information and whether they should still be precluded because of the late disclosure of what that testimony might be. So unless they're produced to the state for an interview here within the next day or two, they would be effectively precluded. Even if they are produced for an interview, they still could be precluded.
That's the name of tomorrow's
Zachary
thumbnail.
Cox, let's talk about Zachary.
You're out of
Cox.
time.
Has he been subpoenaed? The state has interviewed that witness apparently, but based on their motion, they don't believe he has any relevant information to offer for this trial. Do you believe he has relevant information to offer?
I do, Your Honor.
And what is that?
He was with my brother, Adam Cox, that day on the 11th and was in communication with Adam and Charles during that day and prior to that day.
What testimony would he offer that would be admissible, that would be relevant?
To the storm. I love all your
Either
names.
self-defense or this did or didn't occur?
He would be able to testify about what Adam already testified to, verify it or unverify it,
What specifically?
about what their itinerary was during that day and the day before and the following day.
When did this, well, the state interviewed this witness?
Obviously, I had no idea what he would be called about. So
Hey,
I
Kay.
talked to him for a few minutes.
Hey, lollipops. Hey, Kath.
I
You
Did we
curious?
have any idea what he would be called about?
no,
All
I
right.
think unless the defendant says that he's relevant to impeach Adam in some way, then I don't really understand the relevance. I mean, she just said that he could be testify to verify what Adam said. So she's going to call him to confirm that what Adam said was correct.
Is that he would be confirming what Adam said, or would he be disputing what Adam said? What specifically? Can you give me some more specifics?
From his interview with my investigator, he would be disputing what Adam said.
Well, then I'm not aware of that interview with my understanding in interviewing the defense Jeff White, is that basically they spoke for a brief time. It got heated.
Who's
and
they?
Jeff White and Zachary Cox. They did not have a full interview, is my understanding. I've not been provided with a recording of that, but in my discussion, my interview of Jeff White as a potential witness, he advised just that that Zach had advised that he had lived with them, meaning Charles and Lori, prior to them moving into this house, prior to them being separated. And that's about the extent of what I understood their interview to be. But maybe Mr. White can provide information as to how he.
Mr. White, do you have any information on, you interviewed Zachary Cox?
Yes.
All right. And did Mr. Cox provide information that would be relevant to this trial to you?
When I spoke to Mr. Cox, he was, in short, he was very belligerent. When we had spoken, I was asking about information about his father and him, as well as with Charles. The information that I did obtain from him did not agree with what his father had told me in the interview through the state.
His father being?
Adam.
Do you know if Zachary Cox has been served a subpoena?
As far as I know, I think that went through OPDS.
All right. I guess we'll see if he actually gets served and shows up at court. He may not, in which case it's not an issue I need to deal with. But if he does show up, we will need to flesh out whether he has relevant information, whether he should be allowed to testify. All right, who's the state going to be calling today?
Your Honor, at the state, obviously, we still have a witness on the stand. And then, as I advised, we'll be calling Ariel Werther. And then we would call Detective Duncan. So we
Okay.
may finish tomorrow, Your Honor.
Okay. My staff just signaled me that oh, the last juror did just show up. Okay, we'll bring the jury in. Let's have that witness come back up.
So lots of drama, y'all. Lots of drama. Today's quote so far is "You're out of time." That'll be boys. That'll be the tomorrow's thumbnail. They might be done tomorrow. The state.
But not really.
The state's like, when you don't lie, you don't have to keep up with much. That's kind of what this comes down to. If you don't lie, you don't have to keep up with a whole bunch. Right? Lori's up in here coming. I mean, did you hear her? Oh, I just signed off on all the subpoenas. You sent Larry Woodcock a subpoena? Are you crazy? You know she did that on purpose. Luke, be nice. We don't do that to our brother. Luke's resource guarding my hip. Luke is currently resource guarding my right hip. Luke, honey, stop. Bobo was here before you. Let him in there. I mean, goodness gracious. One thing I like, so Bobo, or Bo, we call him Bobo. Go on. Jake, let him in there. Let the dog, we got to get the dog situated.
All right, Drews.
They go down to my feet and snuggle up next to him, and it's so cozy. The rest of the day, they're pure hellions. Well, she looks just as happy to be here as she was yesterday. Please, ma'am, contain your happiness. It's spilling over into the room. I mean, I wouldn't want to be there either. Okay, here we go. Hey, Sandy.
Detective Yncen, yesterday we were talking about the chain of custody of the phone, so I have a couple questions on that. Yesterday we talked about that Charles' phone went from your hands to the property room, is that correct?
No.
Okay. Where
When I
did it,
ex- When I explained to you, it's our computer crimes division, the
Okay.
detectives that do the downloads. Our property room is about a mile away from the police department.
okay. So it went from your hands to the computer crimes division, is that correct?
Correct. We usually take phones directly to them.
And how long was that between the time you left the house and you delivered that phone to them?
It's about 20-minute drive or so, and then just to the PD and upstairs to where their office is.
Okay. And who did you turn that over to at the computer crimes division?
Sergeant Olness was the sergeant of the unit at the time.
And did you use the passcode to access the phone at all?
I did not. I don't do downloads or exams of devices.
Okay. Did you look to see if the threatening text messages from Charles did actually exist?
I did not do an exam of the phone.
I'm telling you, Lori's.
Yesterday, we watched
Hold
the
on.
clip of my interview with you, and we discussed the threatening text messages. Is that correct?
Correct. You told me about them.
And you stated that I did not show them to you. Is that correct?
You did not show them to me, no.
And did you ask me to show them to you?
I did not.
Had I been cooperative all that day?
Yes.
Do you think I would have shown them to you if you would have asked me?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Was Tylee also cooperative that day?
I believe so.
Was Alex cooperative that day
I don't know. I did not have contact with Alex.
at all?
I did not interview him or talk to him, no.
Did I, in fact, inform you during that interview that I would have to show you them to explain them?
I believe so.
But you never asked me to show them to you?
I did not.
Did you ever request that I turn my phone over to you?
I did not.
Did you ever request that Tylee turn her phone over to you?
I did not.
Hey, John.
In the course of your investigation, did you ever, in fact, see those threatening messages from Charles to me?
I did not. I did not look at any of the downloads of any of the phones.
Or in the reports or anything?
No,
You never came across those?
I did not review those reports or do any of the downloads of any of the phones.
You didn't review any of Detective Duncan's reports?
No,
None of Detective Moffat's reports?
no,
Okay. Were you aware of the reason why I had two phones at the time?
I was not.
Did you ask me?
No, I wasn't aware you had two phones.
In the course of your investigation, did you ever learn that Charles had stolen my phone, so I had to replace it?
I'm going to object to testifying and move to strike.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it's all part of the investigation.
I'm going to object again.
Sustained, it's testimony. The form of the question was testimony.
I like how the state gets like personally
Were you aware
upset with
that
each objection.
After he gave it back to me that I kept both phones?
I'm going to again object.
Sustained.
Detective, in the course of your investigation, did you learn that Charles had a $2 million life insurance policy on me?
I knew there was a life insurance policy. I don't know the amount.
Did you ever see it in any of the reports or?
I did not review and I was not part of that portion of the investigation.
And you never saw that on any kind of Bates numbers?
I'm going to object again to asked and answered.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
You didn't see it on any kind of Bates numbers?
No, Bates would be what the county attorney does. That's after me, so I didn't review that portion of the report.
Okay.
She likes everybody to know about how she was worth $2 million. She wants everybody to know about that. She's working her up to, why didn't you ask me these questions? Because it was so obvious that I killed him. We're going to end up there. It's all she can do not to say it. If it wouldn't get her in trouble, she would have already said it. Hey, Lauren. Yeah, she's very proud of that 2 mil.
Yesterday, during your direct, you said that, or during our discussion, you said that we arrived at the Chandler Police Station and that we were taken into the Family Advocacy Center. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that what it's called?
Yes, the FAC or Family Advocacy Center.
Okay. And was that just Tylee and myself that were taken to that part of the station?
I believe so, yes.
And so was Alex taken to the regular part of the police station?
He was in a different portion in an interview room in the persons crime section downstairs.
Okay. So we were taken into 3 different rooms, is that correct? When we arrived?
3 different interview rooms, yes.
And we were all 3 interviewed, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And you interviewed me, is that correct?
I did.
And you also interviewed Tylee, is that correct?
I did.
And Detective Moffat is the one that interviewed Alex, is that correct?
I believe so.
And these interviews were all video and audio recorded, is that correct?
I believe so.
And did you have a supervisor or superior there at the Chandler Police Station watching these interviews live from a viewing room?
Not a supervisor.
Who was it?
There was a detective in sex crimes that was monitoring the interviews in the Family Advocacy Center. It's kind of standard, particularly the fact that Tylee was alone in the interview room at some point. So she was monitoring both interviews, and I don't know if there was anybody monitoring Detective Moffat's interview because I was not a part of that.
Okay. And what was her name? Detective what?
Ashley Nolan.
And then you said that you had, so you didn't go in and monitor during the interview with Detective Moffett and Alex? You didn't watch that one?
No, it was going on at the same time. I couldn't interview you and Tylee and monitor at the same time.
And then that means that Detective Duncan wasn't monitoring yours either at the same time, correct?
I don't know what Detective Duncan was doing.
I meant Detective Moffett, I'm sorry.
Oh, I don't know. I believe he was talking to Alex, but
But he could have been monitoring yours and then talked to Alex after that, is that correct?
Objection, speculation.
Sustain.
Were there other people in this monitoring room that you know of?
I believe Detective Nolan was monitoring from her desk as the sex crimes detectives work within the Family Advocacy Center. They're in the same portion of the building.
Okay. So they can just monitor from their desk?
Correct.
They're not in like a separate room, is what you're saying?
No, there's a monitoring room upstairs in the dedicated suspect interview rooms, but none of those rooms were used in these 3 interviews that you're talking about.
Okay. And after these interviews were complete, who decided to send us home?
Well, I decided to drive you guys back to the house.
And who gave you authorization to release us, I guess?
Me?
You didn't have to talk to a superior for that?
No.
And what about Alex? Who released him?
That would be Detective Moffett was involved with his interview. I was not.
So did you and Detective Moffett have a discussion on what to do next after our interviews were complete?
Briefly, that we were done with the interviews and that at this point, whether or not to get you back to the house and how we were going to facilitate that.
Okay, but it was decided at that time that we would be brought back together and taken in the van to back to the house and dropped off?
It was the easiest way to get the 3 of you back at the same time.
Lori's like,
Are
so in
you
other words, we
aware
were
of the press
kidnapped.
release that was issued by Chandler Police Department later that day?
I am not.
You never read it?
I don't.
You never heard about it in the course of your investigation?
The press release?
Yeah,
No.
Thanks,
you never discussed it
organized.
with any of the other detectives?
I would object. She's asked and answered.
Sustain.
She's crashing out the deeper we get into the trial. Like, she can't keep the mask up.
Would the
Thanks,
case
Jenny.
agent have to be the one who would authorize that at the time?
It depends. As a case agent, we would like to have input or influence on what a press release is or states, but occasionally they're published by our PIO, our press information officer.
So you don't, do you know if Detective Moffett was the case agent at the time, is that correct?
He was.
And so do you know if he talked to the PIO and put that out or if he didn't know?
Objection, speculation.
Sustain.
Do you know if the PIO agent just put it out?
Objection, she doesn't know about this.
Do you know?
I have no idea.
Lori's like, let's just move this conversation over to
Detective Lynn,
enchiladas.
yesterday, the prosecutor asked you several times, why didn't Lori just give the phone back? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you learn in your investigation that the entire altercation only lasted a few minutes?
That'd be a fair assessment.
Because we discussed that in our interview, is that correct?
We did.
So from the time Tyler came out with the bat and I ran outside is maybe less than 2 minutes. We discussed that. Is that correct?
We discussed that it probably happened in a short amount of time. I don't think we gave a specific time amount to what happened, but that it happened in a relatively short amount of time.
We didn't say that was like 1 to 2 minutes, like
That was our discussion, yes.
Yeah, that was our discussion. Okay. So we would not have been arguing for a very long time. Is that correct?
I think it's relative as to how long you've been arguing or how long the altercation took.
Detective, in the course of your investigation, did you learn that JJ was outside in the car?
I did.
Did you learn that the car was still running?
I don't know.
Did you learn that JJ was in fact in the front seat?
I know that you had articulated he was put into the car, but I don't remember if you specifically said the front seat, but he was in the car.
Did you learn in the course of your investigation that JJ had autism?
Yes, you told me about that.
Did you verify that at his school?
I did speak with his school, yes.
When did you speak with the school?
During the course of the investigation, I had contact with the school in reference to when he attended and generally kind of the services the school provides.
Do you remember who you spoke to at the school at all?
The director of the school, and then subsequently, there were a couple teachers that provided some information.
Thanks,
And how long
Quinny.
after July 11th was that first communication with the school?
It was just several months later.
But during the course of this investigation, the Chandler Police Department did verify, I guess that next day, that that was in fact his school and he did attend there. Is that correct?
I believe so.
During this investigation, did you verify that we did in fact go through Burger King?
I did not, but it was verified.
Were you aware of what we ordered at Burger King?
You told me it was chicken fries and Sprite.
Had you seen, you hadn't seen that receipt?
I had not.
Okay. I guess that was in fact in the portion of one of the interviews that we watched yesterday. Is that correct?
Correct. You told me that in the interview.
I like how she goes, you said.
So were you aware that we also ordered 2 bottles of water?
I was not aware, no.
And in your experience with people in stressful situations, when adrenaline kicks in, does it make you incredibly thirsty?
I don't object to speculation or knowledge.
If she knows, she can answer.
Were you aware that the ice cream machine was
Okay.
down at Burger King?
And when you're in fight or flight mode, does your adrenaline kick in your experience?
I'm going to object here to knowledge and foundation as to her knowledge. of
Were you
this.
aware that they made us pull up and wait for our order?
I'll sustain the objection.
Yeah, you didn't know about that, did you?
Did you offer Tylee and I apple juice at the Chandler Police Station?
I think I offered you something to drink and what we typically would have there.
Did you offer that for the purpose that adrenaline makes you thirsty?
No, I usually do it to people I interview if they'd like something to drink while they're there.
Detective Yncen, have you ever seen me not calm?
I'm going to object to maybe foundation as to when.
All right, sustain, lay more foundation on when she has, at what occasions she has had to observe you.
Well, yesterday, you spoke often of my calm demeanor, my nonchalantness. Is that correct?
Correct.
So has there ever been an occasion when you have seen me when I was not calm?
Again, foundation as to when she has seen her on July 11th.
Please clarify the time frame you're referring to where she had an opportunity to observe you.
Any other time, Your Honor?
For example, how many hours on July?
Can we have a sidebar? Can I ask you a question?
Well, y'all, let me tell you what. So one thing is she's going off on a tangent because she's remembering the French fries. But you see the level of gaslighting that she's doing. They have to be aware of this. They have to be aware of this. As someone was saying earlier, like Lori really does seem to have her agenda. Brenda, I think it was maybe you. I can't claim your fame if it was you. She really does. I mean, you'll have to give Lori this. Brenda, there you are. She really has come with like, this is what I'm going with. I don't care how bad it makes me look or whatever. Like, this is what we're doing. Still talking about Charles was in Lori's world. Charles was threatening her, even though he was trying to help other people, but she took it as a threat. So I think in Lori's world, she thinks if people see that, at least with what she's going with, they're going to say, oh yeah, my God, he was worried about the kids. Oh, definitely threatening you. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's how she thinks. But she's making herself look, in my unprofessional opinion, is making herself look so bad. Tiana says, this lady wants whatever attention she can get. Amen. She's going to get that attention wherever she can get it. Yeah, Forever says, yeah, like Sarah Boone thinking those videos would help her. 100%. It's a great comparison. Just like where Sarah Boone was like, but you saw the same videos. And it's like, yeah, we saw those. They looked really bad for you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm surprised she doesn't have the Burger King manager up here. I'm surprised she didn't subpoena them. Well, she might have. Not that it matters. Y'all, I'm so here for this moment when they're like, yeah, none of her witnesses showed up because none of them got a subpoena. Lori talking about I just signed off on the subpoenas. I didn't look at them. Okay, there's a clip of Nicki Minaj. She did the song. I don't want to say it because it could be considered offensive, but she's referencing another rapper talking about a certain type. If you know what I'm talking about, you'll get this. Let me know in the comments. Referencing like he took a certain he was in a certain program in school, but he made it out. And then the interviewer was like, was he really in that program at school? And she was like, I thought he was. And he was like, well, did you check first or did you just drop the album? And she's like, I just dropped it. And so all I can think of with the Larry Woodcock subpoena is her sitting here talking about, I didn't look, I just wrote my name on them. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just wrote my name all over. I'm just like, no, this is not, you have to, what? How many did you have? How many could she have had? Hey, Brandy. Oh, hey, Amy. Hey, Mickey. Mickey says Lori ain't having it her way. Am I right? And on this morning, in fact, Lori did not have it her way. Yeah, she's just hungry. She's just up here talking about the ice cream machine. She's talking about charred grilled burgers. Oh, here we go.
Detective Yncen, did you discover in your investigation that I had run outside without shoes?
Yes, kind of.
And did you learn in that investigation that we had stopped at Walgreens and I did purchase 2 pairs of flip-flops?
Yeah, you told me that.
I mean, and that was verified later?
It was by a different detective.
Okay. You didn't verify that at Walgreens or at Burger King, is that correct?
I did not. That was a different detective.
Okay. And as part of your investigation, did you view the video of me going into the Walgreens to purchase the flip-flops?
I did not.
Okay. And how hot was it that day on July 11th, 2019?
Warm.
Like in the hundreds?
July in Arizona. I'd say it was probably warm.
Would it have been difficult to walk JJ to his class on the cement with no shoes on, do you think?
Objection, relevance,
Uh,
speculation.
Sustained. I think the jury can draw their own conclusions about the temperature in Arizona in mid-July.
Detective, did you learn in your investigation that after taking JJ to his classroom that Tylee and I headed straight back to the house?
I believe so.
And that we met with police? Is that correct?
Correct. You
As soon as we
contacted
drove up, first contact was with,
Officer Krautheim.
yes, Krautheim. Okay, thank you. Detective, is it your understanding that we fully cooperated with the police?
You were cooperative with interviews with me.
That we did as we were instructed?
You, with me in your interview, you were cooperative.
And Tylee was cooperative with you as well, correct?
I believe so.
And that you had said yesterday that we were voluntarily interviewed by the police, is that correct?
Correct. You were not in custody.
Did we know that?
I believe so.
When we were placed in those interview rooms, did we know that we could just walk out and leave anytime?
You-
Was that explained to us, is my question.
You can ask that.
Can you say it again?
Was it explained to us at any time that we could just walk out of those interview rooms and leave if we had wanted to?
No.
Did I in fact ask you at one point if I could go to the ladies' room?
I believe so.
Detective, did we answer all the questions asked to us by the police that day?
By me, yes, I believe so.
And we were dropped off at home by the police, is that correct?
Correct. I drove you back to the house.
And we were given no further instructions, is that correct?
Just that we would be in touch with you at the conclusion of the search warrant.
Is it also correct that we voluntarily handed over Charles' phone to you when you asked for it?
Yes.
Did we delay in that or just do it immediately?
No, you gave it to me when I asked.
Was there any time, Detective, on July 11th, 2019?
Thank you, Heather, for
that
being
we
a
did
member
not
for 7
comply or
months.
cooperate fully with the police in their investigation?
In my interaction with you, you were cooperative.
Thank you, that's all I have, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Go on, get up there, State. You know you got something to say after all that now. Go on, girl. Go on.
I'm going to start with when you first arrived on scene.
Thanks, walk away,
You were asked
Renee.
a lot yesterday when you first noticed the defendant. Were you standing there at the house just waiting and watching to see what cars would arrive?
No,
So when you first noticed the defendant you just happened to glance over and see another officer speaking with her.
correct.
You were asked a lot
Thanks,
about
Organized
her
Chaos.
demeanor that day, both when you first interacted with her, taking her over to the van, correct?
Correct.
Did Lori Vallow's behavior stand out to you?
It did.
Why?
So Based on what was going on, that
Thanks,
we had a
knitting.
homicide, her husband had been shot and killed, her brother was the one who shot and killed her husband. It was inside her home. Her children were at least partially present to this event. Her demeanor seemed odd given what was going on at the house that day.
Yet nothing happened.
So throughout this time, you're just noting her demeanor, right?
Correct.
You were asked about whether or not you were calm at the scene. Do you recall being asked that on cross?
I believe so.
Had you just seen your husband get shot
No,
inside your own home
no,
by your brother?
no.
You were asked if the other officers at the scene were calm. You recall being asked that?
I do.
Were you aware of any of them having just seen their significant others being shot
No,
by a family member
no,
inside their own home
no,
with their children present?
no.
So would it be difficult to compare the demeanor of the officers and yourself with that of, say, Alex or Tylee or the defendant?
It would be difficult comparison.
Not the same situation.
No.
You were
Bam,
asked
that's
a lot
it.
about Tylee's demeanor as well. Did you ever see her appearing to be panicked,
No,
overwhelmed with emotions?
no,
Was there anything about her demeanor or your interactions with her that made you feel she needed any type of medical treatment or medication or anything?
no.
The death notification that you attempted to make, I'll say. So to understand this, we're both Lori Vallow and Tylee inside the van.
They were inside the CR 288 van.
Okay. Can you describe for us what this van looks like? How is it, like a minivan? What is it?
No, it's a larger, like 10 or 12 passenger vans, big, full size. So the doors open from the side to get into, I think there's like 3 rows of seating. And they use the van to bring services out, but also to transport people, and they have car seats and things like that.
So when you went up to the van, you opened the door?
Correct, the side door to open to get into the rear portion of the van.
And you are with your sergeant at the time?
Correct.
And you asked if Lori would come out with you?
I was trying to get her to come out of the van to talk to her outside of Tylee's presence.
Why did you want to do that?
I felt it was more appropriate if I was about to tell somebody that a family member died to deliver it to her. And then typically what we'll try to do is kind of formulate a plan as to how we're going to tell children as to what happened.
But before that, did Lori Vallow tell you something?
She did.
What did she tell you?
She said that she already knew because she was there.
And this was not what you were expecting to hear.
It was not.
You were expecting that she had no idea,
Correct.
that she rolled back up to this house and sees her brother out there but doesn't know what's going on.
Correct.
After you learned that she was there, did you now feel like you wanted to ask her what happened?
Correct. We wanted to, at that point, transition to not just like a death notification and contacting her, but now we're potentially looking at doing witness interviews.
Did you advise her that you wanted to take her to the station to interview her?
I did.
Did you advise her you wanted to interview her daughter?
I did.
And did you in fact ask her to come with you in a different vehicle?
I did.
She agreed to do that?
She did.
Now,
Go
how old is
on.
Tylee?
16 or 17?
And she was put in a separate room than her mom. Why?
So when you're going to do witness interviews or any interviews, you want to do the interviews separately. You don't want to interview people together. Obviously, even best case scenario, there's going to be some influence. So you want a good recount or statement from somebody that's their own statement. It's what they saw, heard, felt, not influenced by anybody else in the room or participating in like a group interview.
Were you aware when you were conducting this interview with Lori and with Tylee of the amount of time that had occurred from when she had left the house to when 911 was called to when she was eventually interviewed?
Generally, not specific, but I knew the general time.
Initially at the scene, was there a misunderstanding? Well, let me ask you. When you arrived at the scene that morning, did you understand that when the 911 call came in is when the shooting occurred?
I think that was believed or assumed at the time we got to the scene.
Okay. And was that still your mindset when you were interviewing initially Lori Vallow?
Correct.
So when you started to interview her, you assumed that when that 911 call came in, the shooting had occurred just prior to that.
Correct.
When you were driving Lori back to the police station to FAC for interviews, you again told us about her demeanor. Did that again stick out to you as unusual?
It did.
Why was that?
Again, this incident has unfolded and we're driving and she's just kind of chattering in the car, and given what was going on in the situation and how she was acting, it was just odd to me.
You were asked about, just on cross, whether or not you gave the defendant a specific time when she could come back to the house. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
Did you have any concept of when Detective Coons or Duncan would be finished executing that search warrant on the house?
No, and that's not an assumption we would do.
So they don't tell you a timeline like, hey, detective, we'll be done by 3 so they can come in.
No, because in processing a scene, you just don't know. So you wouldn't want to give that kind of time constraint when processing a scene. You're going to go through and very slowly and methodically collect and photograph and process. You're not going to limit a time. We typically try to give them an idea, maybe most of the night, several hours, but I wouldn't tell them a specific time to come back.
And your interactions with Lori, you hadn't even been in the house yet, right?
I had not.
So you have no concept of what the scene's going to be like.
Correct.
Or how long that might take.
Correct.
When you were interviewing the defendant, is it normal for you to offer drinks to people when they're being interviewed?
Absolutely.
Normal for you to allow them to use the restroom?
Yes,
And you did that here just like you normally would?
I did.
Nothing different or unusual in that?
No.
Detective, when you
Thanks,
were
Emily.
interviewing the defendant on July 11th, did the defendant tell you that she and Charles argued about the phone prior to Tylee ever becoming involved?
Correct.
Did she tell you that she had initially obtained Charles's phone, and when he asked for it back, she said no?
Correct.
This is before Tylee's there.
That's right.
Does she tell you that she then, in fact, confronts Charles about who he's texting?
Correct.
And that's again before Charles is out there,
Before Tylee was there.
before Tylee is there. And she advised you that she still wouldn't give him back his phone, even though he demanded it then.
Correct.
Did she tell you that she was walking away with Charles's phone prior to Tylee coming out while he is still demanding his phone back?
Correct.
So there were multiple occasions that she told you about prior to any bat or gun being involved that she could have just handed the phone back over,
That's correct.
and she did not.
That's correct.
No further questions.
In terms of your interview with the defendant, did you understand all the facts of the case when you interviewed the defendant?
No.
You told us you didn't understand the timeline yet in terms of when the shooting occurred versus when the 911 call occurred, right?
Correct.
So you were unaware of that 47-minute lapse in time.
Correct.
If you had known that, would you have asked about that?
I would have asked about that, yes.
When you were interviewing the defendant, you were unaware that she had Charles's phone, correct?
Correct.
If you had known that, would you have asked about that?
I would have asked about that, yes.
When the defendant was talking to you at one point, she told you that she knew her brother was texting with, or that Charles was texting with her brother Adam. Do you recall that?
Yes, she told me that.
Understanding now that she had Charles's phone, would you have asked her how she learned about that?
I would have asked her about that, yes.
So when you're doing an interview with her at 9 or 10 in the morning, you didn't know that she'd had time to look into Charles's phone?
Correct.
You learned later that she had the password to get into his phone, right?
Correct.
So when she's telling you things, you're unaware that she has already potentially had the ability to access those.
That's true.
And what she's telling you in her interview contained information about the interaction between her brother Adam and Charles.
Right.
When you interviewed the defendant, were you aware of the days leading up to this, the interaction between Lori Vallow and her brother Alex?
I was not.
You weren't privy to things like iCloud accounts before you interviewed her?
No,
You weren't privy to downloaded cell phones before you interviewed her?
I was not.
You hadn't even been inside the house before you interviewed her.
Correct.
If you had been privy to all of the information in this case, would you have interviewed her differently?
I would have.
Would you have questioned her more?
Yes.
Would you have followed up more?
Yes.
Would you have asked for her phone then?
Yes.
When you interviewed Lori Vallow, at that time, were you just going off of what she said because you didn't know the rest of the facts
Correct. It was an initial interview.
to see what she had to tell you?
Correct.
But you had nothing to do to be able to verify or validate anything she told you?
Correct.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, I see we have a few jury questions. I think we're going to have the parties approach for those who are.
Oh, we got some
having difficulty
questions.
with their headsets.
We got some questions. Oh, I can't wait to hear this. You know they have some questions, right? Hold on, slow. Okay, so it says, Paul will be emailing you a song you can play tomorrow. Song title, DFI. Okay, cool. I love it. I'm so excited. Slow. You know, Slow's, pardon me, Slow Morrison did the intro/outro song for us. Y'all, okay, so here's the thing, y'all. First of all, she had to address that thing at the very end of it to basically explain why stuff wasn't done. I love that she went in and questioned the grabbing of the phone. That is the most juvenile thing. Anyone can listen to that. Any kind of well-balanced, like rational person can listen to this and be like, why would you grab the phone and not give it back when it's leading to this situation? You see what I'm saying? It's like, what? This doesn't even make sense. And then two, I'm curious to see if some of the questions, I think stuck on strings. I'm stuck on strings. I always get that Lionel Richie song in my head every time I see your name. I feel like the jury's gonna probably have more questions for the cop, right? Be like, why didn't you do this? You know what I mean? Like that kind of thing. And yet NRH says victims never poke that bear. So Lori's sitting here trying to talk about roid rage, this, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, but you're antagonizing him. Feeding it brings up hey, good morning, Feeding it. Feeding says, I don't believe the phone thing even happened. I think they just shot Charles. You're probably right. You're probably right. I like when she was like, and detective, did you just have a family member unalived in front of you? No. In front of your kids? No. In your house? No. Lori was trying to, so switching back to the Burger King talk too, Lori was trying to get tea on what Burger King has these days. She's like, detective, if I were to ask you now, what exactly is on the Burger King menu, would you be able to tell me? What size, for example, do the chicken fries come in? And just pulling this one out of a hat, what kind of Frosties do they happen to have these days? Just out of curiosity, if this were to go down today and I were to drive through there, what kind of a Frosty would I be getting? What kind of a meal would I be getting? What would you describe the hamburgers as smelling like? It's like, somebody get this girl a bologna sandwich. Someone get this girl a bologna sandwich. She's just hungry. What are the dipping sauces? She's just hungry. I get it. Okay. I'd be asking too. I'd be like, could you just tell me about that menu? Okay. Just tell me about that menu. Yeah. Where did you park? Track says, where did you park? So I used to, this is going way back, but I used to know an executive at Burger King, and they had some good tea on Burger King, y'all. Nothing like drastic or whatever, obviously, but like kind of like the identity crisis of Burger King. Now, mind you, this is 20 years ago. Yeah. Question, a culinary crime. Question one, where is Tylee? Are we going to hear from Tylee? You know they've had to have asked it. Okay, here you go.
Was the rent-a-car vehicle ever searched?
I do not believe so, but I'm not certain.
All right. Question form number 12. If the defendant and her daughter were interviewed as witnesses, why were they left with a victim advocate? In other words, were they considered victims or witnesses?
So our victim services section, I introduced Lori to them specifically because there are civilian employees that work within our police department that can help families with death investigations for the issues that come up afterwards and kind of navigating that process. So although they might not be classified under like state law as victims, our victim services section will often help our families with like specific crisis type events and navigating that process. So we use them quite a bit in our death investigations.
All right, on question form number 13, Did Lori express concerns about police talking with Tylee at the time of the interview?
She did not.
Does law enforcement have to advise interviewees they are being audio and/or video recorded?
They do not. There is no expectation of privacy within a police station.
All right, are there any further juror questions at this time? Not seeing any. Would the defendant like to follow up on those juror questions?
No, Your Honor.
State.
Just briefly, with regards to introducing Lori entirely to your victim services, were you trying to provide whatever services might be necessary due to the fact that her husband had been killed?
Correct.
And what you assumed at that point was Tylee's dad or stepdad had been killed?
Correct.
And again, this is all prior to you learning more about this case?
Correct.
No other questions, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down.
Those were some
The
good
state can call the
questions.
next witness.
Thank you.
What do y'all think of the question? So this was an interesting one. Did Lori show concern with them talking to Tylee? Because if I was a jury and they said, yes, she did, that would be suspicious to me. But when she was like, no, she didn't. And I mean, we saw her, so she didn't show that much concern. So that's like a, huh. Now, excellent question too about why did you feed her listen to me like it's a horror film. Why did you put them with, after it was done with, to victim services if they were witnesses? That was like kind of, I don't know what, obviously I don't know. I'm just here on the bed today, but usually on the sofa. I don't know what they're thinking, but to me, that's almost like, why are they being treated like victims if they were witnesses to this? Almost like you can read into it like, what were y'all doing? Why? Like, there were so many things going on here, but the state, I think, handled that by being like, did you know A, B, and C? So if you had known A, B, and C, would you have done D and F instead? Well, of course they're going to say yes, right? Point blank, end of story. I don't like saying somebody should act this way or act that way. We all do different things in trauma. And I pray none of us have to go through something like this. I 100% get that. There is a baseline of something that you don't expect, though. Lori's behavior, laughing, giggling, doing this, doing that, Alex's too, is so bizarre in the moments after this. Yeah, Jenny said, no one's giddy. Literally giddy. Okay, wait, here we go. Hold on.
There'll be a PowerPoint that he's going to do.
All right, sir, come on up.
Pool party.
Stand
Yep.
right here and be sworn in.
Duper's delight. Yep. So inappropriate. Yep. Oh yeah, Emily brings up a good point. But
You're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth.
and it's so true. Lori cherry picks.
All right. have
Okay,
a
here we
seat
go.
Up here to my left.
Yay, PowerPoints. Yeah, I have the volume for the court turned all the way up on my end. Like what all I can do for it on my end. Oh, his tie is really handsome. I just saw that, Jenny. I like that. She's getting ready. She's like, I'm getting ready to serve and swerve. He's about to give the death blow. Yeah, Jessica, I agree. I feel like the jury has to be wondering about Tylee. Maybe they've already asked about it and we didn't hear it.
Soon. Do you want? Should we just do that now?
This might be a good time, Your Honor, just so I can get this set up and hooked
All right.
to.
Why don't we have the jury go to the jury room for a short break? Please remember.
That guy's like, man, I just got up here. Yeah, he's definitely giving Channing Tatum vibes. I'd have to look up Adam Driver. Yeah, when they get out of here, when the jury leaves here, I'm kind of waiting to see if he's going to say something, the judge.
All right, please be seated.
Okay, wait, hold
The
on.
jury's no longer to complete the record. We did a sidebar this morning at 10:42 a.m. At that sidebar, the defendant indicated she wanted to question the witness further regarding how many times the witness had observed her and her demeanor, which would necessitate the witness talking about observing her here in this trial, observing her on July 11th of 2019, as well as the trial in Idaho and possible viewing of interviews or social media posts. I advised the defendant that this is probably not a door she wants to open because the setting of those interviews would be relevant. For example, someone appearing in court intuitively might behave better than someone who's not appearing in court or in a trial. And the defendant said she would move on from that area. Is that an accurate recitation of the sidebar from the state's perspective?
Yes, Your Honor.
From the defendant's perspective?
Yes, Your Honor, that's fine.
All right, and then we did another sidebar regarding jury questions at 11:01 a.m. The first question, juror question number 10, as a detective, does your subconscious mind use a witness demeanor as any type of evidence? The parties agreed with me that that's probably not an appropriate question to ask, so it was not asked. Juror form question number 11 was asked. That was the question as to whether the rental car was ever searched. Juror question 12 was also asked by, I should mention, by agreement of the parties. And this was the question if the defendant and her daughter were interviewed as witnesses and the explanation between being interviewed or considered a victim versus a witness, which the witness answered. Question form 13 had 4 questions on it. The first question was not asked. Did Lori ever ask for an attorney during interviews of her and Tylee? The second question, did Lori express concerns about police talking with Tylee at the time of the interview? Neither side objected to that question, so it was asked. Question number 3 on form 13, do police need parental consent to speak with a minor even if being treated as a witness? Which the answer really is, it depends, but it calls for a legal conclusion too for that witness. The state objected to it. The defendant did not. I didn't think it would be helpful with the jury in deciding any issue that's at fact in this case. So it was not asked. And then the fourth question on that form number 13, does law enforcement have to advise interviewees they are being audio and video recorded? Neither side objected to that, and that question was asked. Is that an accurate representation of the sidebar we had at 11:01?
Yes, Your Honor.
From the defense perspective?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so let's give the court reporter a break. We'll resume soon, probably about 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and then we'll push through to noon or maybe a few minutes after, depending on where we're at. Do you have everything set up now?
I would like to just try
Okay.
to make sure it's working.
All right, we'll be at recess on a break for about 10 to 15 minutes.
So, y'all, please hold. Shibbity-bidoo. Just gonna mute that for a second. So, first of all, correct me if I'm wrong, because I already forgot. Didn't the state say that they might finish today or tomorrow? I can't remember. Yeah, I've never seen Lori cry either, Brenda. That's a good one. Now, y'all, also, let me ask you this. Tomorrow, okay, that's right. Thank you. Shaggy brings up such a great point. It's comforting to know that no matter what happens, she ain't going nowhere. I mean, thank God, right? It's like you always, I mean, obviously you want justice for Charles and Brandon, but like on that level, yeah, it's good to know that if something happens or pops off, she ain't going nowhere. Yeah, and Jenny brings up a good question too, or a good statement, because I think that same thing, Jenny, like where I think they're getting it on some things, some of the questions I'm like, you know, but maybe also, maybe they're just like dotting their I's and crossing their T's and wanting to make sure of every last little thing. That's what I like. That's what I sit there and think in my mind when I'm like, what, huh? Now, let me ask you all this. So this is what we're gonna do. There are obviously the jury's on break. I'm gonna take this time, go grab, fresh soda, some coffee, bathroom, all that. Okay, what I was thinking, y'all tell me, talk amongst yourselves, maybe I can do a poll. I was thinking of playing Lori's interview with that cop that we just saw, the investigator, during lunch, for people who didn't watch it, like on our, what do you call it, prepping for trial, because we watched it recently on this channel, but it was like in the evening time or whatever. So usually during lunch here, I play something. So I was like, since there was so much time spent on that, I was like, we could play that again so that everyone here could see or whatever. To just be reminded of the whole thing, right? Because they literally just picked out, I mean, personally, I'm glad they didn't play the whole video just for time's sake, right? So yeah, Veronica says I do think they're gonna put the text messages up. Yeah, Texas, I think she'll play in her defense. She very well could. She very well could. Again, somebody said it earlier where it's like Sarah Boone with those videos that she thought were gonna do her good, and it was like, these are making you look really bad. I think Lori's gonna be there with barely anybody coming to talk on her behalf. Yeah, so I'm gonna mute, turn camera off for a second while I run to the restroom and everything. I'll be right back. Y'all take this time to stretch, smoke if you got them, as they used to say on the MASH show. Okay.
aware of, and I have an interest in technology and what it can be used for in investigations. And so there were areas that I was aware of, particularly working in the Special Victims Unit, so starting from about 2016 on. It was in 2022 that I took my first 40-hour class on the proper interpretation, of cell phone records, specifically that might come from the provider. There's an important distinction between the location data that might be found on one's phone versus the data that a provider stores about our devices that can also be used to infer the location of the device. I took a 40-hour class primarily on that subject in 2022. And then in 2023, I took a 40-hour class leading to eventually becoming a subject matter expert in that area.
Have you previously testified in court about cell phone GPS data?
I have.
Have you previously testified in court about mapping GPS data recovered from cell phones?
I have.
In July of 2019, were you still in the Special Victims Unit?
Yes, I was.
And did you become involved in a shooting that occurred on July 11th of 2019 at 5531 South Four Peaks Avenue in Chandler?
I did.
How did you get involved in that?
I believe I was downstairs where we all work in a similar area and became aware that a shooting had occurred, that it appeared that one person was deceased, and I volunteered to come along. My capacity was more to shadow, to learn about how these investigations are conducted with the aim of testing. That's something that's best practice to do if you want to test for a unit. You ought to go out and see how the job is done.
So when you initially, did you go out to the scene?
I did.
And when you initially out there, who did you shadow at first?
Initially, I was at the scene with Detective Coons. I was present during the scene investigation, though again, as someone who was observing, I didn't personally impound anything or directly conduct the scene investigation myself.
Okay. At some point, as you are shadowing these, were you given different requests to help the detectives who are working this case?
Yes, although I'd say the extent to which I started going out and doing things, assigned tasks, really began the day after, on Friday the 12th.
So on Friday, July 12th, 2019, did you become aware that no one had obtained contact information for JJ Vallow?
That's right.
And did you offer to reach out to Lori Vallow to get that information?
I did.
Why did you need that information?
To have a complete and thorough police report, it's best practice to have proper documentation, name, date of birth, basic demographic information for all the people who are involved in a case, however they might be involved. Given the information we had at that time, he's someone who ought to be listed in the report.
Okay. Was he also known to be the son of the deceased victim?
Yes, that's right.
On the 11th, had you had any contact with Lori Vallow?
I did not have any contact on the 11th.
Okay. On July 12th, after you offered to get that contact information, did you make contact with Lori Vallow?
I did.
Did you see her or call her?
I called her at first.
And was that call recorded?
That call was audio recorded, yes.
When you spoke with Ms. Vallow, did you obtain the contact information for JJ Vallow?
Yes.
Did you learn from her where JJ went to school?
Yes.
Did you confirm that she had gone to Burger King before taking JJ to his school?
Yes.
Did you at some point during that conversation with Ms. Vallow learn that Charles Vallow was staying at the True Hilton Hotel?
Yes.
Prior to this, had you known that he was where he was staying?
I don't think I had any information either way.
Okay. So as someone who was separate, did you have any idea where Charles was, whether he was staying at the house or elsewhere prior to this?
I didn't have that information, no.
So you just learned this during your conversation when you're trying to get JJ's information?
Correct.
Did Miss Vallow advise you that she was in possession of Charles Vallow's hotel room key?
She did,
Did she advise where she had found that?
in his wallet, I believe.
So you learned that she had Charles Vallow's wallet
That's what she said.
and that she then had a room key for him to True Hilton Hotel.
Correct.
Did you advise her that you would talk to the case agent and let her know who would go get that?
Yes,
After you spoke with Lori Vallow on the phone, did you offer to go out to the Burger King to see if you could obtain any video from there?
I did.
And when you are helping in this aspect of the case, were you aware at that time when the 911 call had been placed?
I was.
And when was that?
That was at 8:36 in the morning.
So you knew as you went out to Burger King that the 911 call was July 11th, 2019 at 8:36 a.m.
Yes, that's correct.
And were you aware when you went out to the Burger King of when the police had arrived at the scene?
Yes,
And was that within a few minutes around 8:41 or 8:42 a.m.?
yes, that's about right.
And were you aware prior to going out there of when Lori Vallow had been shown or seen on body cam back at 5531 South Four Peaks?
I was.
And was that the 8:48 a.m.?
Yes, that's right.
So all of this is kind of a timeline you're considering when you're going out to Burger King.
Correct.
So when you went out there, were you aware of that? I guess when you went out to Burger King, were you also under an understanding that Lori Vallow had said she was at the house when Charles Vallow was shot?
That was my understanding, yes.
So did all of that play into when you would assume the timing of her arriving at Burger King?
It did.
So sometime after 8:36 is what you're expecting?
To some extent. I was aware that there's a little bit of a logistical difficulty in the question of how one could leave at 8:36 or at just after, and then arrive back by 8:48, knowing the distances and knowing the city of Chandler like I do. So because of that, knowing that it was clearly the case that she was there at 8:48 because she was on officer's body-worn video, then I knew that there was some chance I would find that the video was in fact prior to the 911 call, because otherwise the distances and the travel didn't seem quite right.
So you see this 12-minute time from when 911 is called to when she arrives back, and you're thinking that there's no way to go to Burger King and drop a kid off at school and get back?
Correct. One of the other things that I was trying to establish when I called her is where she had taken him to school, and to confirm that we hadn't misunderstood about the Burger King event happening after the shooting. Because if we hadn't misunderstood, and then learning where the school's approximately 7 miles away from the house. So the idea that one could in 12 minutes go to a Burger King, get their order, drive 7 miles one way, 7 miles back, and arrive in that amount of time seemed very unlikely to me.
So you're now going to Burger King to try to figure out when she actually went there?
Correct.
When you are going to the Burger King, were you aware of what vehicle she was driving?
I was.
Was that, again, body cam had shown what vehicle she had come in?
That's correct.
And was that a red Kia Sorento?
That's right.
So when you, let me ask you this, did you go to a Burger King over at 2865 East Ocotillo Road in Chandler?
I did.
How did you know to go to that one?
I chose that one because it was the closest one, and I wanted to make that logical assumption that that's probably where someone would go first, and then see if I found evidence there that that was the correct one.
All right, so you weren't given that information, you're just trying to figure out which Burger King it was.
Correct.
Did you ask to see if they had surveillance video from the morning of July 11th?
I did.
So you're there on July 12th?
Yes.
When you look at surveillance video at a place like a Burger King, do you ever verify that the date timestamp on that video is accurate?
I do. We very commonly find that at various places, the level of accuracy to their date and timestamps can be exactly right, or they can be off by a significant margin. So the best practice, and what I did in this case, is I will ask to see their live view, and the live view typically has a timestamp, as it did in this case, and then I will use my cell phone, my work cell phone's location time, or my work cell phone's time. And if they match up, then to me that indicates that the timestamp is probably relatively reliable, particularly if I'm there just the day after the video that I'm looking for.
In this case, was the date timestamp correct for that Burger King?
Yes, that's right.
Did you then ask to watch the surveillance video from that morning of July 11th?
I did.
And as you were watching it, did you see a red SUV and a person that appeared to be Lori Vallow going through the drive-thru?
I did.
Do you recall about what time you saw that happen?
I want to say the timestamp on that is around 7:20 something.
Is it 7:54?
7:54. That is probably correct, yes.
So if you're looking at a timestamp at 7:54 and you know the 911 call is at 8:36, are you already starting to wonder what's going on here?
Yes, this was one of the concerns that led us to pursue this avenue of investigation.
And you're aware that Lori Vallow had told Detective Yncen that she had left right after Charles was shot.
That is what I was told.
So if she left right after he was shot, she somehow is already at Burger King more than 40 minutes after the shooting, before the 911 call.
Correct.
Did you look at various channels from that surveillance video at Burger King?
I did.
And did you also ask to obtain a receipt from her purchase?
I did.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 217 and 218.
If she wasn't already cooked, she's flame broiled now. She's flame broiled now, y'all.
Thank you.
We're looking at 217 and 218. Did those contain affidavits from Burger King authenticating both the recording and the receipt?
They do.
And is that from the Burger King that you went to obtain that video and that receipt?
It is.
The state will move to admit 217 and 218.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
217 and 218 are admitted.
Now, just so we know, although we have the video right there and that's been admitted, did you create a PowerPoint we're going to get to in a bit that actually includes the relevant portions of that video in it?
I did.
Okay. So ultimately, we have 7:54-ish that you see Lori Vallow going through the Burger King. Were you then ever asked to meet with Lori Vallow to get that hotel key still on the 12th here?
Yes, that's correct.
Where did you meet with her?
I met with her at the Four Peaks house.
Okay. Do you recall meeting with her there around 2:10 in the afternoon on July 12th?
Yes, that's right.
Did she provide you with a key card to a hotel, or what looked like a key card to a hotel?
She did.
Do you see that person who gave you Charles Vallow's key card in the courtroom today?
I do.
And can you point her out and identify what she's wearing?
Yes. She's sitting at the defense table wearing a black blazer.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
It shall.
Now, at this time, you had already watched the Burger King video that we've discussed. Did she appear to be the same person you saw driving that red Kia Sorento?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you went to the residence at 5531 South Four Peaks, did you see a red Kia Sorento at that residence?
I did.
And did that have Colorado license plates of BRS 084?
It did.
did that appear to match the vehicle you also saw going through the drive-through of that Burger King?
It did.
When you got the key card, did you then meet up with Detective Moffett to go to the hotel?
Correct.
And was that the True Hilton at 1950 South Santan Village Parkway in Gilbert?
Yes.
When you went there, were you able to verify that that's where Charles Vallow was staying?
Yes, I believe Detective Moffett spoke to them, but then we were directed to a room. To a room.
So were you present with Detective Moffett during that?
I was present, yes.
Okay, and so you were provided with a room number where he was staying?
Yes,
And were you provided, well, you had a room key already to get in there?
correct.
Did you, while you were there or later, obtain both an affidavit and record showing that Charles Vallow had stayed at that hotel?
Yes.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 219.
Thank you.
Does 219 contain an affidavit authenticating the reservation and room information for Charles Vallow at that True Hilton Hotel?
It does.
And that's the hotel you had gone to with the key card that you got from the defendant?
Yes, that's correct.
The state will move to admit, and I forget what number that is. Is that 219? Sorry.
This is 219.
State will move to admit 219.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
219 is admitted.
And if I can publish that,
Go
we
ahead.
all know. Thank you.
Here we go.
Okay. So let's pull out a little. We see this is from in Exhibit 219, the True Hilton at 1950 South Santan.
Yes,
And did this show that Charles Vallow arrived on the 10th and was supposed to leave on the 13th?
yes, that's correct.
And then were you also provided with information that this was Charles Vallow's room?
Yes, that's right.
Did you and Detective Moffett go into room 127?
We did.
And when you went in there, what was inside?
There were items that I understood to belong to Mr. Vallow. That was our primary reason for being there, was to secure them. A backpack, 2 suitcases, I believe, at least 1 laptop computer. I assisted in gathering these up and impounding them.
Okay. So all of those items were brought to the Chandler Police Department and impounded.
That's right.
Okay. After you had gone to the True Hilton Hotel, did you also learn that the defendant had told Detective Yncen that she had stopped at a Walgreens to buy some flip-flops?
Initially, I was told a CVS. Whether I misunderstood or there was a miscommunication, I initially believed it was a CVS.
So did you try to locate a CVS in the generic area that you're looking at of the
Thanks for
Burger King
being a
and the school?
member.
I did. I tried actually 7 different CVS locations trying to locate video and wasn't able to.
So at that point, you were unable to verify that initially.
Correct.
Were you then asked to review the GPS data that was extracted from Charles Vallow's cell phone?
I was.
Did you have anything to do with extracting the data from his cell phone?
I did not.
Can you talk to us about this GPS data that's part of this extraction? Like, do all cell phones give us GPS data?
As an end user and the person who doesn't do the extraction, depending on a particular user's settings, particularly if we're talking about smartphones, phones equipped with a GPS module and where that GPS module is working, they may record the GPS location of the device for various reasons, depending on the settings. I, for example, keep my GPS location off, so you would not expect to find very many GPS recorded locations on my device. Many people keep them on. I find it's quite common. If so, then the people in the computer forensics unit are able to extract data from the phone to include logged GPS locations, and then can produce that in a report, which as an end user, I can view the latitude, longitude that was recorded by the device for one reason or another, and the date and time that it was recorded by the device. And that gives us GPS locations to look at for where the device may have been.
So for Charles Vallow's phone, were you, through that extraction, provided with, I'll call it ongoing GPS data location for his phone on July 11th?
Yes, so there were GPS locations recorded on the device for July 11th, which was the time period of interest, and I was able to look at those.
Okay, so did you look and see if there were GPS location device information on the phone for other dates as well?
I did not do that.
You're just looking at the date of this shooting?
Correct.
And when we talk about the device, so this is telling you not who has the device, just where the device is.
That's right.
When you were looking at that GPS data from the extraction of Charles Vallow's phone, did you discover that Lori Vallow may have actually gone to a Walgreens?
I did.
Based upon looking at that information, did you find an address at 785 South Cooper Road that corresponded to a Walgreens where you saw the device at around 8:15 a.m. on July 11th?
I did.
Based upon seeing that GPS data, did you go to that Walgreens?
Yes, I initially called. I eventually went.
After going to 7 CVS, you decided to call?
I decided to call.
And when you called, did you learn that they did in fact, well, what did you do? How did they know what you're even looking for?
I called, asked to speak to a manager, as I will often do in things like this, and said, I don't tell them specifically why, but I'm looking to see if a person came through, and I provide a general description of that person and what it is that they may have purchased. Usually that's enough. That's what I did in this case. That's enough for them to find if they do or don't have that transaction on video. That's what I did.
So you have the time and the date, the 8:15 and July 11th, and you just give them a description and see if they can find anything that matches?
Correct.
Did they advise you they did?
They did.
Did you go to that Walgreens and obtain a copy of that surveillance footage
I did.
from multiple cameras?
Correct.
Did you also obtain a copy of the receipt of her purchase?
I did.
My paralegal can approach with 216. And so looking at 216, do you see an affidavit for that Walgreens that you contacted regarding obtaining both the surveillance video and the receipt, as well as a copy of the receipt and the video itself?
I do.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 216.
The objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
216 is admitted.
Hey, just scrapping. Thanks for being a
And if
member.
I can publish the receipt portion.
Y'all go ahead and take a week off because you already know this receipt's going to be 5 miles long. You already know. Less paperwork with a refi.
So for this receipt, it advises that at 8:19, there was a purchase for 2 different pairs of flip-flops.
Yes,
Okay. And that corresponded to what you observed on the video.
Thank you, just scrapping.
As well.
yes, that's correct.
In watching this video, did you recognize the person making that purchase?
I did.
And who did you recognize that to be?
I recognized Ms. Lori Vallow at the time, now Ms. Daybell, from having seen the body worn video and also having met her in person.
Okay. And the video that you obtained here, did you also incorporate that into a PowerPoint presentation that you created showing the GPS data location from July 11th of 2019?
I did.
Well, let me ask you, so did you create a PowerPoint presentation of the GPS data from Charles Vallow's cell phone for July 11th of 2019?
I did.
When you were creating this PowerPoint, did you use any phone records for other individuals such as Lori Vallow?
I did.
When you were creating this PowerPoint, did you utilize cell phone records? And I think you talked to us about the difference here, and cell tower data that was provided to you by the providers. And by providers, I mean like a T-Mobile or an AT&T.
Those records were provided to Chandler Police Department, not to me directly. I later obtained copies.
Thank you,
that I
Down
used to
Under.
incorporate in my presentation.
So were you aware of search warrants that were issued to obtain cell phone records to include cell tower data for several different individuals?
Yes,
So in your PowerPoint presentation, did you utilize GPS data that was for Lori Vallow's Verizon cell phone with a phone number of 808-755-5452?
one minor clarification. I wouldn't call it GPS data particularly. There's location
Cell tower
data,
data.
correct, but not specifically derived via GPS, as was the data from Mr. Vallow's phone.
And if I can have Exhibit 222. In Exhibit 222, do we see both an affidavit authenticating Lori Vallow's Verizon cell phone records for that 808-755-5452? Thumb drive of all of the phone records.
Yes, it does.
And does it also include some printouts from those records themselves?
Yes, it does.
State will move to admit 222 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
222 is admitted.
Did you utilize then some of the cell tower data that was provided by Verizon in those records for Lori Vallow's cell phone in your PowerPoint presentation?
I did.
Did you also become aware of the police executing a search warrant for another cell phone associated to Lori Vallow with T-Mobile for 480-692-9562?
Yes.
Were you provided with those records so that you could also look at the cell tower usage of that phone on July 11th?
Yes.
If my paralegal can approach with 220. Looking at Exhibit 220, is there an affidavit in there from T-Mobile
Yes, there is.
related to, again, Lori Val- 480?
That's correct.
Does it also include a thumb drive of all the records in there,
It does.
as well as some of the records printed out?
Yes, it does.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 220.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
220 is admitted.
If I can just do one more before we
Go ahead.
Were you also made aware that search warrants were executed to obtain Verizon cell phone records for Alexander Cox for a phone number of 480? Did you utilize those records and the cell tower data that was part of them in your PowerPoint presentation for July 11th of 2019?
Yes.
And if I can have my paralegal approach with 221. Looking at 221, do you see an affidavit there from Verizon for the Verizon cell phone records for 480-310-9120?
I see an affidavit, but I see this is the number ending 5452.
And if you can look at the, is there a second affidavit in there?
Yes, this does include 9120, but I saw on the envelope here, it lists the
And
other
there's-
number.
Perfect. So there's an affidavit in there for the 9120 number
There is.
associated with Alexander Cox.
Yes,
And there's also a thumb drive in there of all the phone records associated with, again, that number 480-310-9120.
yes,
And those were, again, records that you utilized in creating your PowerPoint for
Yes.
July 11th. The state will move to admit Exhibit 221.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
221's admitted.
Now, you talked to us earlier about your training and experience in using GPS data and cell tower data, correct?
yes,
When you are looking at either GPS data from a cell phone or cell tower data from a provider, do you try to verify the accuracy of that information by comparing it to other sources?
absolutely.
For instance, you told us that you were using the GPS data from Charles Vallow's cell phone, and you went to Burger King.
Correct.
And were you looking at the times to see if the GPS data and time matched what you saw in that video?
Yes, with one slight correction. I went to the Burger King initially because it was the closest one. Later, when I was given the GPS data, I looked and saw that it did, in fact, accord to the Burger King. And then I went to the Walgreens because of what I had seen in the GPS data. In either direction that you do that in, essentially what I'm trying to do is make sure just because a device has logged a location at a particular date and time doesn't have to mean it was there. The device could be wrong. It could have been changed in some way. One of the things that we do to make sure that we are relying on good data only is to find other means of corroborating if the device was apparently at that location.
Thank you. So I have this plugged in here, if I can just admit it, but did you provide the state with Exhibit 209, that is a thumb drive of your PowerPoint presentation?
Yes,
Did you sign, and I think put your badge number on the back of it?
yes, that's correct.
And that's something you created that we've talked about, incorporating all of these different records that we've discussed.
That's correct.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 209 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
209's admitted.
Might be a good time to break
Right.
before we start with this.
All right. let's take our noon recess. I'll remind the jury of the admonition. We'll resume with the jury at 1:30 p.m.
All rise for the jury.
Let's wait and see if he says anything, y'all. Outside of this or whatever. Okay. So no. So let me mute it for a second. Let's see who's coming out. We got a few people coming out talking about, whoa, man, did you see her? She's fried, man. So so let me get back to y'all. Okay, so totally I'm thinking this guy is going to, not that other people haven't already, but this guy is going to literally put the timeline together to show it ain't adding up. It ain't adding up with all she's talking. It ain't adding up. So she's getting ready to be blown out of the water. Yep. Walk away, Renee. He's got receipts. Hey, Jennifer. He's got receipts. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He was kind of giving Scott Reich vibes, wasn't he? So, yeah, NRH, this will show a plan in motion 100%. Because, again, it already, like, the juries, and again, I don't know them. I'm just, like, unprofessional guessing here, or speculation, whatever you want to call it, sofa speculation. The jury should already be getting a vibe of, like, something's not right. And then this, when they put the timeline down to show, no. Because here's my other thing. I'm sorry. Wait, let me take this off. That feels so good. I'm sorry, but again, just take everything out of it. An unaliving has just occurred at your house and you're running to take a child to go through Burger King and to get flip-flops and come home and you're trying to explain that away and you don't call 911 and you've admitted that you were there. So you're leaving the house, you're leaving the scene of a crime, not calling 911. Yes, Target says she stayed and watched Charles die. She probably did. I mean, again, it's and just like when she told the cop that was on the stand earlier, oh, I was there. She was so excited to be like, oh no, I already know what happened. I was there. I tell you what. Yeah. Harvey. Hey, Anne, first of all, congratulations on just leaving work. So, and bombshells that are you've come in at a good time, because for those that are just joining, when we get back from lunch break, the guy that's on the stand is basically like a cell phony kind of person, and he has a PowerPoint and a deep voice to match it. Okay. He's got the looks, the tie, the deep voice, and a PowerPoint. Okay. So he's going to put the timeline together, because basically what he's saying so far is he's like, the timeline that Lori has presented does not match the story. Right. It doesn't match the story. He's like, and I forget what he said earlier without looking, but it's like, it took 12 minutes to get to what Burger King or whatever he said. And then, so again, she's, unfortunately for Lori, she's all over. There's technological receipts of what she did. And then there's their story, and then there's the evidence, right? So we know that it took Alex however long to call 911, right? 45 minutes, 47 minutes, something like that. Oh, she's already admitted multiple times to she was there for the unaliving. So that's where it's just like, okay, so, and just on that alone, without even getting out a little drawing map, she's there for the unaliving. She leaves. It takes her 12 minutes to get to Burger King. They can piece together the things. They're going to show this jury how long it took Alex to call 911. Done. Flame broiled. Pull up. Wait for your order. Ice cream machine down. We're talking done on all levels. She's getting ready to be done Burger King way. So to me, that was the biggest, like, bam. Now, what happened at the beginning? I forget. Let me look at my notes real quick. Something happened at the beginning that we were like, oh, she subpoenaed Larry Woodcock. And then tried to talk about it was an accident. She just signed her name to a bunch of stuff. Can't roll my eyes hard enough. I would love for the judge to be like, well, Lori, one of the documents that you signed in there was you were given honey bun money rights away for the next 5 years at your other prison. Did you know you gave your honey bun rights away? No honey buns. You need to read your paperwork, girl. Also, no Skittles. You signed a thing saying you want to order Skittles makeup. That's done too. No, I heard her say, I thought it was Larry Woodcock because I thought I heard the name Woodcock. And then she sent it to someone else. She was a Zachary and Larry. Yeah, Tori says, but don't worry, Paul. She apologized for the inconvenience, right? Oh, excuse me. I think her dad's name is Barry. Is her dad's name Barry, y'all? Zach, okay, she sent it to Larry and Adam's son. Why would Lori go to Burger King so she can have her way? Amen. So, yeah, they're on lunch right now, y'all. So, do they say what time they're coming back? I mean, it's usually like an hour. Isn't it like 5 o'clock our time? They usually come back somewhere in there. I think because also we've learned that, I mean, Lori still didn't get it. You know, she signed a bunch of subpoenas. I don't know what happened. They didn't go. Who knows? I think she's going to be the only person that will testify. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. Hold on, please continue to hold. Your call is important to us. Thank you for shopping. Thank you for shopping. We would like to personally thank you for shopping today. Oh my goodness, excuse me. Yeah, hold on. I can't type this. I mean, I'm having all sorts of trouble. Okay. Okay, where'd y'all go? Okay, y'all, this is the interview. So what we're gonna do over lunchtime is we're gonna play the interview that pardon me, that was referenced in the testimony before at the beginning of today and the end of yesterday with that detective up there. They showed snippets from them and whatnot, but this is the full interview. Now we watched on the channel maybe a week or so ago when we were or 2 weeks ago when we were prepping for the trial. But for those who are just joining, whatever, this is, or have never seen this is the entire interview of Lori and that the lady, what was her, Chandra, who was on the stand. So you can see for yourself and pick up on the things again. If you've watched the testimony, pick up on the things that Lori's talking about. Did you ask me about my phone? Did you do this? Did you do that? I mean, come on, right? So again, you know what? Let me do this. Let me put a little banner up. Hold on. So we're gonna do a banner. Okay, it's gonna say, "Were you watching Lori Police interview while on break?" Bam. Okay, there's that. Okay, eruption. Good. We are in break. Hey, sorry about that, everybody. Thank you for tuning in to WK Cincinnati, whatever that number is. I forget. Okay, so I know, right? I'm gonna have to take myself a little nap while I go on lunch. So I'm gonna go on lunch break too. I'm gonna go make a secondary lunch. I already had a little tiny one at our first break, but I'm still hungry. But I'll be right here. I'm just gonna go get that, come back, and then we'll sit here and talk. And yeah, WKRP Cincinnati. And then we'll return. So again, playing right now is the Lori interview with the police officer who was just on the, well, not just, but who was on the stand.
Thank you. I'll be helping next.
Yeah, Margaret's using the other one, so you'll be, Brendan's gonna monitor for him.
Okay, so just run out this way.
Okay.
If there's anything, but if, you know.
Perfect.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
Oh, wow. That's awesome. I know, you know what, I have such a struggle. You go back to school, I try to talk to the teachers, but in high school, they don't care. They're like, you're not here to do the work or don't. Like, they don't care. They're
Well,
so
I think
horrible.
with high school, it's like, they're just pumping.
But when she was in elementary and junior high, all the teachers worked with her. They were nice about it. But by high school, there's so many kids that just don't care. And I was like, just take it. You're so smart. Let's just take it and see if you pass it. She passed it.
And
Like,
got a really good score.
yeah, she passed it with like college ready in every category the first time.
Well, and now she can do what she wants, so
Exactly.
she's better off that way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I know Laura's your first name, right? Lauri.
Lori.
Okay. And then what's your last name?
Vallow. Vallow.
And your date of birth? And your phone number? And you live at the house, right? Okay. Okay, I know this sounds silly, but it's probably the easiest way to start, is just to tell me what happened. And then, so you can start what makes the most sense to you, and we'll just work our way through, and I'm gonna ask you a bunch of questions just to kind of clarify.
Sure.
So I know you talked to the initial patrol officer.
And he just got information.
Okay. So yeah, if you can just kind of tell me kind of what happened. It sounds like some of this may have started last night or something along those lines.
Right.
So start where you think it makes the most sense.
Okay, so,
I told you, it's a crazy question.
Well, so we moved into this house 3 weeks ago because he offered to get me a house here where all my family is. So we
Okay.
were in Houston. And so he's like, we had decided to separate or whatever. So he's like, well, I'll pay for a house for you and for JJ and whatever, because he's all about JJ. He's never about Tyler, but he's all about JJ. Because we adopted him together. He's his great nephew. We adopted him as a baby. And so we adopted him as a baby, and so we've been raising him together. And he travels all the time for business, so he's used to just going back and forth. So he's always gone like Monday through Friday. So he came when we first moved in and brought me stuff from Houston, like a U-Haul, and then he hasn't been back. But it's all these threats on my phone all the time, you know, like whatever, all these things. And then he told me.
What kind of threats?
Just. You'd have to read them to see, but he's always mad at me, right?
Okay.
And he doesn't want a divorce, but I don't like him and don't want to deal with him, so that's just how it is. Like, so we married for 14 years, we dealt with it for 14 years, and him being horrible to her. Like, he gets in huge fights with her, a lot of things. But anyway, so he said, I'm coming Wednesday night, all of a sudden. I want to see JJ. And I told him, I said, I will never keep JJ from you. You can come see whatever you want to. Come take him to school, whatever. Like, I'm not going to do that.
So when you initially moved, he had said he was going to buy you a house. So you moved here with your.
Yeah, he was going to rent us a house.
And so you
'Cause
moved.
all my family lives here. So
Right.
we lived here for a long time.
Okay.
And then he moved us to Houston.
Okay.
And we were there with my son. He was out of school. He didn't have any of his like services, his DDD, his anything. He like ripped him out of school and said, we're moving.
Okay.
And I didn't go with him at first. And he took him. And I let him take him. And I didn't file anything or whatever. And then he filed something against me and said, I'm only going to get supervised visits because I'm crazy and blah, 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 you know, the story. And so I just didn't talk to him for like 30 days and let him take care of him and let him see what I've been doing for the past 7 years, because men need to do that. You know, I have 5 kids, I have grown kids, I have grandkids.
Yeah.
Like, okay, you're going to threaten me that you're not going to let me see my child without supervised visitation? Okay, do it for 30 days and see how long it lasts. You're begging me to come pick him up.
Yeah.
Which he did. So he's like, come back and whatever. So I moved in with them to Houston for the family, you know, and Tyler went with me. We drove to Houston from here and left all our family and all his support, all my son's support, like his cousins, everything. And we were there, and I enrolled him in school there. I tried to start all his services, and it takes forever.
Yeah.
You know, it takes so long to get that done.
There's no easy transferring.
There's
anything.
no easy transfer.
You start from
State
the
to
beginning.
state, it's a totally new thing.
Yeah.
And he didn't do any of it in those 30 days. So he just had gone without services, without even applying. And I'm like, do you even realize? Because he didn't ever do it in the first place. I did it. Long story. I'll keep it short. He hasn't been here in a couple weeks since we moved in. He came. He was very nasty when he was there, but he travels for business. So he went back to the Houston house. And he's like, I'm coming on Wednesday night. And I'm going to come pick up JJ and take him to school Thursday. Pick him up Thursday, take him Friday, whatever. And I said, Casey wanted to come to the house. And I said, you can't come stay at this house because you can't get along with Tylee. She's a minor. She has to live here.
Yeah.
So because he gets in huge fights up there.
Okay.
And she hates him. And so I'm like, you can't stay at the house. So I will book you a hotel, because he stays in hotels all the time because he travels for business and the business pays for it. Right? So I said, I will book you a hotel nearby.
What does he do?
He works with teachers and their retirement plans, but he goes to them at their school.
Oh,
He
okay.
mostly works in California,
Okay.
no matter where we live. And we
Okay.
lived in Hawaii. He'd work in California. He'd work in Texas. He has like books of business in different areas. And so he just goes wherever.
Okay.
It kind of just gives him freedom that he doesn't have to stay home every day and take care of special needs.
Yeah.
It's like an excuse, right? So I've done that myself for the last 7 years anyway. And I was a single mom before I married him with my 2 kids.
Yeah.
And he had 2 kids. We got married, tried to make a family. You know, how it goes. Anyway. So he said he was coming last night. I said, well, you can't stay at this house because you can't get along with Tylee. I'll get you a hotel and you can come play with JJ. But he goes to school all day.
Yeah.
I got him back into his school. His services, I met with the DDD yesterday, and they finally are getting his services back. But we're paying $125 a day to have him back at school because he's so out of his routine. He's been a nightmare on the floor, kicking stuff, hitting stuff, walls. Like, he just ripped him out of his life.
Yeah.
So, anyway, just how he is, because he only thinks about himself. So. He says, come in to get JJ, and JJ's like, I don't want Dad, because he knows Dad took him away, so he was freaking out, right? So I didn't tell him he was even coming, like, Dad's gonna come take you to school, I think. So he didn't bother me last night, which I was surprised. I was expecting kind of an ambush for him to kind of like come over or be just mean and say, it's my house, I'm on the lease, I'm gonna stay here, kind of thing. Because that's kind of his macho attitude. And so he came this morning. I was getting JJ ready.
So he got in last night, but he wasn't at the house last night.
Yeah, I didn't hear from him, except for he texted me and said, I'll be there at 7:30 to pick up JJ.
Okay.
And I was like, okay, that was good. Didn't hear from him. And then he came over in the morning and he's like banging on the door. I'm like, oh great, here we go, you know. And I was just gonna be nice. I'm just gonna be nice as possible. And I had JJ stuff all ready for school. And So,
Do you remember about what time he got there?
he said he'd be there 7:30, but it was more like 7:40-ish
Okay.
or 7:35, I don't know.
Okay.
But I remember thinking, looking at the clock, and he wasn't there at 7:30, and he's usually Mr.
Yeah.
On
Punctual.
time. Yes. So I was like, okay. And then JJ was like, oh, Dad. And then he was like, Mommy, and like ran to me and was like holding me. He's like, you're not taking me to school. And I was like, it's okay, Dad, I can just drive you to school. It's not a big deal. You know, just trying to make it whatever.
Calm.
Yeah, calm. And then he was just being real smirky and real like jerky, you know, to me. And I was like ignoring him, whatever. And so he was like, I'm
Your brother lives there with you?
No,
Okay.
he had stayed with me last night because I was worried he was gonna come over and
Okay.
cause trouble with me.
Okay.
And just wanted someone else there, like my
Yeah.
brother there, because I trust my brother. And it's been a long story. Like I had to go live at my brother's when he took JJ, and you know he's just been difficult. So
Yeah.
anyway, so I got JJ stuff ready. And he was like, well, and he's like this about timing. He's like, I'm leaving in 20 minutes because it's like 15 minutes to the school, and like you can't get there early. They don't open the gates until 8:20 or something like that. And I said, well, why don't you just go now? I don't want him in the house. I'm like, why don't you just go now and take him to Burger King because that's what he likes for breakfast. And he's very particular about food.
Yeah.
Like he wanted chicken fries for
Yeah.
breakfast and the Sprite. Like, and I just get what he wants because if you don't get what he wants, then it's like on the floor screaming, dragging him into school. Like, and he's big and he's heavy and it was hard for me to handle. But anyway, so I said, just go. And so he said, okay. So I gave him a backpack. He got in the car. And this is his MO, right? He always leaves something in the house and comes back. He never leaves the first time. I always expect my husband to come back into the house, right? So I guess he had left his phone on the counter.
So he initially left with the backpack and with JJ? And
So
then,
he put them in the car,
okay.
in the driveway, and then he came back in, right? So I kissed JJ goodbye. He came back in, and his phone was on the counter, and I had his phone. And he was like, give me my phone. And I was like, why don't you show me your text that you've been texting, blah, 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 you know, whatever. Because he's like acting really weird, like he's plotting something against me. Like, I'm like, why are you even here? Like, what did you come here for? You know, he's been talking to my other brother, and my brother came into town at the same time last night. And I haven't talked to my brother in a while, my other brother. And I was like, and so he was texting him on the phone when he first got to my house. And I'm like, why are you texting Adam? Like, do you even talk to him? Like my other brothers. And, you know, he's been telling me all these texts, like, you're going down, blah, 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 blah. He's blaming me for our marriage breaking up and my niece getting divorced and my friend getting divorced. He said, I'm a destroyer of families because I want everybody to get divorced. I'm like, what would my motivation be for people getting divorced? So I could babysit the kids more? Like,
Yeah.
Why would I have any control over what people do?
Yeah.
So it's just very odd. But anyway, he goes nuts. He's gone nuts on us a lot of times. Tyler and I have had to leave with JJ over the years, probably 5 times, and just stay in a hotel for 2 days because he goes nuts. Like, you don't know what's going to set him off. Like, whatever. And she's mad at me for always, like, going back. But we had JJ, and he's special needs, and it's really hard. Like, it's even harder to get rid by yourself.
So when you say he goes nuts, that can mean a lot of different things.
Right.
So goes nuts like yelling and screaming.
Yeah,
goes
yelling and
nuts
screaming,
like breaking
like,
things.
yes.
Goes nuts like physical violence.
He's never really, besides, like, grabbing us and pushing us, but not, like, punching us or something. But with Tylee, he has gotten physical
Okay.
before. And with my grown son,
Like physical how?
like, got into a physical fist fight with my son when he was 16.
Okay.
And he came after Tylee 2 times in Hawaii.
Okay.
And, like, went like he was going to hit her, but then I got in between them.
Uh-huh.
Right.
How old was she when that happened?
Probably 13 and 14.
Okay. So this morning he comes back in and.
He comes back in, I haven't given him his phone. He was screaming at me to give him his phone. He was very worried about whatever was on his text
Mhm.
that he did not want me to see. And so I was just holding it there, and he was screaming at me. And I was kind of walking towards around the house with it, so he couldn't get it. He's like reaching for it and stuff like that. And so Tylee came out of her room upset,
Mhm.
and she had a bat, and she told him to leave her mother alone, like,
Uh-huh.
right? So she was really whatever, and he's screaming at her, don't you hit me with that bat, and blah, 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 blah. And then my brother heard all the commotion because he was in there in bed, and so he came out into the main room, and I guess whatever.
What's your brother's name?
Alex.
Alex, okay.
Mm-hmm. And then he just started, he was screaming and he was super upset and whatever, and he's yelling at Tylee, don't you hit me with that bat, and blah, blah, blah. And so Tylee, I guess, I don't know if she swung at him or what, but he like grabbed the bat from Tylee and then went to like hit Tylee with the bat. It was, and I was right there, they were right there, and my brother grabbed him from behind, like just to stop him from hitting Tylee.
You go like this, like he grabbed him like.
Yeah, from behind, like just kind of to pull him back. And then they got into the thing, and he's hitting him with the bat, and they're on the ground, like grappling around or whatever. And then, I mean, it was all
And he
quickly.
And he hit your brother with the bat while they were grappling and stuff?
Yeah, yes, he was hitting him with the bat, like swinging the bat, you know, back and forth, and they were kind of like on the ground, and I was like freaking out trying to go around, knowing JJ was in the car,
Yeah.
right? And so then he got up and he had the bat like this towards me, and I was going around the other side to try to just get out of his range where he couldn't hit me. And then I had told Tylee, because she was on the ground, because after he took the bat from her, she fell back. And so I told her, I was like, go get in the car with JJ. Like, I didn't want JJ coming in to the house, or, and I wanted her out of the way. I wanted the kids out of the way of whatever this fight was going to be. And then,
do you remember what your husband or your brother were saying or yelling during all of this? If they were at all?
just kind of, get off me, ow, or whatever, you know, whatever. They were like, don't talk to my niece about whatever, whatever. Like, it was, I don't remember specifics, but they were kind of both, they were kind of in the heat of it. I don't think there was many words that I remember.
So Tylee goes outside.
Yeah, she was outside.
And then what happened?
Then they got up from that, and my brother had like stepped back, I guess, and then Charles was coming with me at the back, yelling at me to give him his phone still, because I had it in my hand. It was all really quickly. And then when I went around kind of in the circle, then my brother was there.
When you said when you were going around and he was coming at you with the bat, how was he holding the bat?
Just like that, like backwards. In one arm.
Like he was swinging it backwards? He would have done like
he would have swung it backwards at me, not frontwards.
Okay, yeah.
He was a professional baseball player.
Okay.
So it wasn't a good idea for Charlie to get out of that.
Probably not the.
I mean, he played semi-pro
Yeah.
when he was young. But, yeah, and then I was kind of turned around, and we were all right there in that room, except for the kids had been outside by that time, and I heard the gunshot. And
so you heard the shot? Did you actually see the shot, or did you just hear it?
I had gone around to the kitchen to get away from him, and so back around. So I don't know if he went in the house.
I didn't, so I'm like a little bit of a disadvantage.
Yeah, so I didn't see the shot. I heard it, and then I came back around and I saw that he was on the ground.
Okay.
And was freaking out.
Yeah.
And so I was just freaking out, and it just went into mom mode. I'm like, I've got to go to get JJ to school. I've got to get to the kids. I just felt like I got to get to the kids. And so I just went outside and to see if they were in there okay. I didn't want them coming back in the house when all that was going on. And got JJ in the car, and he was trying to come in. And Tylee was like looking at me with like the crazy eyes, like what just happened. And I told her to get in the car and run and take JJ to school. And I just left.
When you came back in and you saw him on the ground, where was your brother? Did you see him where he was at?
Yeah, he was right in front of him.
Okay.
Like it all happened very quickly. That
Right.
was, I feel like I was there because I was right there, and like a second later, like
Okay.
I just went around the kitchen to get away from him.
Did your brother say anything to you at all? Do you remember?
No, we were both just in shock.
Okay.
Like, it was just I mean, I didn't say anything. I went out with the kids just to check on them first, and I was gonna come back in maybe, but I didn't. I was like, I just have to get him to school
Okay.
and call the police and come back, you know, whatever.
Did anybody say did you or your brother say anything at some point about calling the police or calling 911? Do you remember?
Yeah, he called me and
Okay.
he said, "Are you taking JJ to school?"
Uh-huh.
And I said, "Yeah, we need to call the police." And he said, "Okay."
Okay. So he called you when you didn't come back inside, basically?
Right.
Okay.
Because I was like in the car for a minute, and then I was like, "What do I do?"
Mhm.
And I didn't want JJ to go inside, and I
Okay.
didn't know what to do. And Tyler was freaking out. I was trying to get them away from the scene.
Understandable. And you may not know this, so, because I know you heard the shot, do you know at what point your brother had the gun? Do you know if he had it when they got in their first fight, or did he have to go get it, or do you know that at all?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
And do you remember if you ever heard your brother?
I didn't see him ever leave the room.
Okay.
So it was so fast. All that was so fast. Like,
Yeah.
I'm on the ground rolling around and I'm screaming and
This probably happened in a couple seconds.
yeah, I mean, it was like super fast.
And I don't know if you know this or not, does your brother normally carry a gun? Like, I carry a gun everywhere I go.
Right. Like, I
So-
know he's a gun person. Like, he
Okay.
has guns and things.
Okay.
He's good with guns.
Did you know that he had one with him
No,
when he came over?
no, but
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised if he did. Because
Okay.
he's very, very professional with guns.
Proficient, professional, responsible is usually a good.
Right,
better word.
responsible with guns.
And then, do you remember if at any time, so you were trying to get away from him
Right.
and you heard the shot. Prior to the shot, do you remember at any point hearing your husband or your brother saying anything to either of them?
No.
So my second very ridiculous question is there anything else that I didn't ask about or anything that we didn't cover that you think is important? I always ask that just because I wasn't there, and so we're going through something that happened a super small amount of time.
Yes. Can I
So-
step?
Yeah, go for it.
Just thinking. Just that. He was just so angry, like super scary.
Did
You
you
know how
think,
you take your phone away from like a 16-year-old and they freak out?
Uh-huh.
Like their world disintegrates. Like I've taken my phone away from a 16-year-old boy before and he's like wanted to kill himself because like they kidnapped him. That's how it was. It was like it's something on his phone that he does not want me to see that he was like freaking out.
Mhm.
Like to the point where I thought he would hit me in the back of the head to get the phone.
okay. So you thought, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you thought it was possible that he was going to hurt you.
Absolutely, he was gonna hurt me and Tylee.
Okay,
Not JJ, he would never hurt JJ.
okay.
And he hurt my brother. Like
Yeah.
he was going like ballistic about it was bad.
Okay. I'm gonna go talk to her real quick.
Okay.
And then if, obviously, we'll be here for a little bit, hopefully not too much longer. But if you think of anything or there's anything that kind of pops in your head or something else that we didn't cover, obviously.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go talk to her for just a little bit and then I'll kind of come back and check with you. And then we'll kind of go from there. So I know my partner's talking to your brother over in one of the other interview rooms. So we're gonna just try to get, as much done as we can and go from there.
Okay.
Okay? And then Is there anybody that you need to call or anything, or you want to wait a little bit?
I don't know what I would say.
And wait a little bit, we'll see.
Yeah.
Um,
I don't know what I would say.
And if you want to, you can think about it. So we do have victim services that work within the police department. They're right over here. They're not cops, they're civilians. And they do, Jessica, who was out there with the fire department, so they're kind of our crisis response. They come right away. So our victim services that work in the department are kind of more long-term type support systems. So they're just a really good resource because they do a lot of stuff with our families and things like that, and can help with support services and questions you might have.
She's been through so much.
So it might be a good
I
idea.
just can't stand for her to have to go through all this.
Yeah, it might be a good idea maybe before I take you guys back today that I get one of them to come in and maybe sit and talk with you guys and see. And it's not something there's a bunch of stuff they can, offer, but it's good to have a contact and like a name and a face and a phone
Right.
number.
That'd be good.
That way maybe a couple days from now, a week from now, or if there's something going on or you think you need help with something, it may not be something that's necessarily up like me and my partner's alley, but it very much may be up theirs. So I'd like for you to meet one of them before we leave. That way, hopefully if there's something that they can help you and your daughter with, they can, or even JJ or whatever else.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I hadn't even thought about him.
Yeah. So,
I mean, he's used to him not being there, but he wouldn't understand even if you told him,
right,
like, that somebody passed away. He doesn't understand
what that means. Well, I mean, it's hard at 7 to understand that
Anyway,
anyways.
that's true, but with him, he just doesn't, which is
Yeah.
probably better because he doesn't comprehend things, but I don't know. It's just, it's a lot to think about.
Yeah. So let me go find one of them, and then we'll make sure that you guys get to meet with them before you leave, because that might be something very helpful for you guys. And I'm going to go speak with your daughter for just a little bit, and we'll kind of go from there. Okay? And if you need anything, let me know, okay? Okay. like your daughter a lot.
She's fun.
Yeah. So one of the victim services, Denise, is here. So I kind of told her just a little bit of what happened.
Okay.
So if you're good with it, I'm gonna have her come over and I'm gonna introduce her to you guys so you guys can talk for a little bit. Which kind of works well too, because I need to run over to where my partner's at and just talk to him a little bit. That way you guys will have a little bit, hopefully, extra support if you need it. So I'm gonna go grab Denise real fast and then introduce you guys. Okay? So this is Denise.
Hi. Hi. Sorry. I'm sorry. That's funny. That's funny.
So she's gonna take you over to like a conference room so you guys can sit and talk and stuff. And then you can just, once you guys talk and kind of, you can decide if you're comfortable with Tylee coming in or whatever.
Sure.
And then
I just don't want her to be left alone in
Yeah,
there by herself.
yeah.
She's freaking out.
So we keep kind of popping in and checking on her and
I
stuff.
just don't want her to be alone too long.
Yeah.
We'll be as brief or as long as you want, okay? I'm here to try to, you get lots of choices when you talk, so we'll just get started and then then we'll go from there. Does that sound okay? All right, thanks.
They handed me this, but that was just out of his rental code.
We tend to do strange things sometimes.
Well, hello, hello, hello. I don't know why it's all foggy, but tis. It's just not focused. Maybe that'll help some. Or maybe my eyes are blurry. That's better. Yeah, I just went. Yeah, I sat here literally when we hung up, or I'm saying I treat it like a phone call. When we finished earlier, I just I pushed the thing to the side and was like laid over for a little bit. So for the right, those just joining, I'm just kind of like in bed today doing this. I haven't really felt like that after this morning. I had a great morning, but then I haven't really felt good this afternoon. And so that's fine. here. So I just like went through, snoozed for a little bit, then got up, went and had a little hot dog, gel pudding, and a keto fat bomb. Fixed a cup of coffee. But there we go. It's back to being focused. And what do you call it? And Coke Zero. Well, there we are. So over lunch break, that was the what do you call it? The Lori's interview with that cop, with the person we saw on the stand or whatever. And hold on, let me situate it. Hold on. There we go. Okay, there we go. Oh. Okay, there we go. And now we're just waiting for them to come back. It should be soon. Please hold. It's so good. It's so necessary. Yeah, enchilada. Oh, so yeah, we're waiting on Lori to come back. We're waiting on the afternoon thing to finish up. State originally saying they could finish Thursday, but they're saying they might even be able to finish tomorrow. So, hey, cool. What we're going to be doing is when we get back, when they come back or whatever, Lori is going to, the state is going to continue forth questioning and showing a presentation, a PowerPoint presentation of the gentleman who has been on the stand. And he's kind of like the technology, the phone person, all these things or whatever. And so, in my opinion, what he's going to do is put very verbatim, very, here we go, a timeline showing Lori said that this is what happened. Evidence shows this is when they called 911. Evidence shows phone is right here. This is the pattern they went on. It doesn't match, essentially. Okay. In SOFA speculation terms. This is going to be even more damning evidence for her. I think what's been going on the last couple of days is them coming in and now taking from the story of what took place, showing the science behind what took place. So yesterday we heard, okay, yes, these are the casings from that gun. This is this is the that. So now we're getting into GPS, cell phones, this kind of stuff. And I don't know how she thinks. Well, I don't know how she thought she talked way out of any of this, but and I will say this: she came in with a narrative. I'll give the girl that. She came in with a narrative. Please hold. Oh, Cindy, I'm glad your job interview went good. She came in with a narrative. And narrative it was. Hey, what you doing, buddy? So we'll see. That's all I'll do. It's wait, hold on. Okay, sorry. It sounds like a couple of things outside of this update. Well, Brandon Boudreaux, the next case, is going to be going up in June, I believe they said. Maybe end of May, June, something like that. I can't remember exactly. In fact, let me look. I've got it right in front of me. Erin Patterson, the mushroom killer in Australia, she was spotted in pre-trial. So some photographs have come out of her. So that's getting ready to happen. Now, whether you follow that or not, know that the courts there are very different than they are here in America. You don't have access to them there the way we do here, right? So that being said, we're gonna have to kind of follow it through, the newspapers, if you will. What's this guy doing? He's like, hey, buddy, what's going on out there? Okay, let me find my calendar. Karen Reed trial, April 22nd for opening statements. I'm just looking for Brandon. Where did I put that? I thought I had it in here. And it's very hard for me to read. I can't. Does anybody remember when Brandon Boudreaux trial is? I thought I put in my calendar. I remember them saying June something. Right, yeah. But of course, somehow it's disappeared. Imagine that. Anybody remember? Let's see. I think it's June or May or something. June 12th. That sounds right. I don't know why it's where it went. End of June. See, I thought it was end of June as well. So, and I thought that I put, wait. No, discover. Yeah, they'll say it again at some point. I put it in my account. I must not have saved it when I put it in, of course. Oh, thanks, Cinema. I appreciate it. But so anyway, her next trial is sometime at the end of June. And sometime in June, sometime around there. And yeah, Dominique brings up a good point. At least Brandon can testify. Nate said May 30th. That's right. So May 30th. And then beginning of June. Okay, so you know what? I'm going to say if it's May 30th, then we're going to say, we're just going to go May 3rd, Brandon trial. And let's see, does it actually save it this time? Let's see. Brandon, yes. Okay, it's a star. Google says June 2nd. And I'm sorry, I put June. I did June in there. So on that note, trials that are coming up, Stephen Stearns. Now these all depend on if they happen, if they actually go through. I definitely want to stream and watch Stephen Stearns. Definitely want to watch Lori's secondary thing. Possibly Karen Reed. I'm definitely keeping up with it in the background, but that's going to probably be overlapping other situations going on that I've followed more closely. I've just kind of recently started following the Karen Reed trial. So it's one of those where I'm like, that's right. There's a week break in the middle of it. Oh, yeah, Brian Koberger. Brian Koberger and Stephen Stearns are the top two on my list, and then this third one for Lori. Corey Richards, but that's been posted. It's going to be, who knows when that's going to happen now. Courtney Clenny down in Miami, that one for sure. So, hey, what's going on, buddies? What's everybody doing? I'm just changing my name, Melanie. That's funny. Hey, it's okay. Come here. No. No. We've had a very snuggly day together. Come here. Come here. I'm just trying to get you snuggled. He's like, nope. I don't want to do that. Put me down. You want to play with the big dogs? What everybody's doing. Something just took place with Corey Richards' trial, and it's not going to happen for a while things continue to move to the courts. Hey, buddy. Hey. Sadly. Hey. Are you a touch me not, but you want to be touched? Is that what's going on? I don't know if you can see him, but Bo, the one that I just had in my hand, now he's come back. He's like, I do it. See, Bo, when another dog shows interest, Bo runs back around and gets very jealous. Right now, he's telling Jake, he's like, you just stay away. Wait, y'all look at this. Hold on. Is that not the cutest thing you've ever seen? Is that not the cutest thing you've ever seen? Jake. He's not going to do it again. Jake does his little. Hey, the boys haven't learned to do that yet. Oh yeah, Adelson. That's another one I'm going to watch. Yeah, hey buddy, there's several, and maybe by then I'll have my rope set up again. Oh, here we go. Hold on, let me reach out. Gosh, please hold. Let's get the volume going. Please hold. That was fast. Hold on now.
Duncan was out ill yesterday and ill Sunday as well, and was not doing well as the morning went along. So I did send him home, and so Detective Werther will be our last witness today.
Okay.
I presume that Detective Duncan will be hopefully better tomorrow.
Right. All right. So depending on, well, when we finish with this witness, whether it's before or after our noon break or afternoon break, we'll conclude for the day at that time.
Y'all hear that? So early day.
Is there anything else that we need to discuss before?
Luke's excited. You excited, Luke?
State's aware of.
No? Okay. Let's bring the jury in.
You know what? Let's Google Alexi Treviso. That's another good one. Boys. Oh. Thank you, Melanie. Oh, 2 Chihuahua brothers. Hold on. Hold on. So it sounds like with Alexi, the Supreme Court of New Mexico, the New Mexico Supreme Court, is basically going over stuff. But remember, they got some kind of the confession thrown out. So her case is going to be tied up, honestly, in courts for probably years. Which will make, if she does get sentenced guilty, all the worse, because she's living life right now, right? And then it's going to be all taken away from her. But it's in her favor. Not that I'm rooting for that. That thing she got thrown out is very beneficial to her. I'm honestly shocked they did, but I mean, it is what it is. Yeah, they got for a violation, but it's fine in it. That's right. Yeah. So that one's gonna be a minute.
President, everyone may be seated.
Okay, I'm gonna mute myself, y'all.
You can continue with this witness.
Thank you. So Detective, before the break, we had just admitted Exhibit 209, a PowerPoint that you created utilizing the GPS data that was extracted from Charles Valla's phone, correct?
Yes.
The cell tower data that you obtained through, that you were able to obtain from search warrants on cell phones for Lori Vallow and Alex Cox.
Correct.
As well as incorporating some of the video that you had obtained from Burger King and the Walgreens.
That's right.
All right. We had attempted to see if you could control this from your location, but you were not able to, right?
Correct.
So I'm going to have you sort of tell me as we go through when to proceed to the next step, okay?
Very good.
So on this first page, is this just describing for us the cell phones and the data, where you obtained the data from?
Correct.
Okay. Can you talk to us about what we're seeing here? What is this for?
Yes. So I tried to have a slide for each set of records incorporated into the presentation. These are records I was provided. It's not necessarily the case that every one of these things is depicted at some point in the presentation, but these are all the records that was provided, about this number ending in 5452. Throughout the presentation,
you.
I'll refer to most of the numbers by their last 4 digits. It's just easier than listing the whole thing out, and they all have unique last 4. So the listed subscribers is listed there, and then also the contact name that was listed in the subscriber records, and then you can see what each of the files was, primarily CSV or XLSX files. These are spreadsheets like you would open in Excel.
Next.
Yep. Okay, there we are. This is the same title for a different phone number ending 9562. You'll notice this one is T-Mobile, and the way T-Mobile provided their records is a lot fewer spreadsheets. It just happens to be the case that Verizon tends to provide an awful lot of files. It's just the way they maintain their records, and we don't control that.
So some of them have records that one spreadsheet may include everything from calls to cell tower locations, and others, they separate them all out.
Correct. Different businesses choose to keep their records different ways. We don't dictate it. We take what we're given, and then we analyze that.
So this 9562 number is for Lori Val.
That's what the subscriber information listed, yes. And here we have the records related to a Verizon number ending 9120, listed subscriber, Mr. Alex Cox. This is again Verizon, so as you can see, we have that multiple number of spreadsheets in the manner that they tend to provide them.
And those are sort of the things that were on those thumb drives when we were talking about the exhibit.
Correct. And then this is going to represent the data extracted from Mr. Vallo's phone after the fact. This report that I incorporates only the locations logged by the device. There's other data on the phone that I don't address here.
Okay. And then you referred to the evidence item of the CH131035-001.
Yes.
And that's the impound number for that cell phone.
Yes, that's the Chandler PDSI number for that particular device from which the data was extracted. I mentioned some of this earlier, but again, I have it on the screen here representing that these are location data expressed as latitude, longitude pairs, as you would see in many other circumstances. Any given device may log them more frequently or less frequently, but we can examine the phone and see if they are present. And then for the data point marker, if you would click advance once, when it's represented on the screen, it's going to be represented as a dot with no particular radius, because the way that the device stored the location, it provides a latitude and a longitude, but it doesn't make any assertion as to what the error rate on that is. It just says, here's the latitude and longitude that the device recorded on this date at this time. As we go through and we're looking at location data inferred from cell site connections, you will see pins on the map, and they're color coded because one of the easier ways for people to tell which thing we're looking at is what color it is. So you saw in the last slide, I had assigned the GPS location data the color of red. It's just as an arbitrary assignment. And then we have blue for one of the phone numbers attributed to Lori Vallo. We have purple for one of the other phone numbers attributed to Lori Vallo. We have green for the number attributed to Alex Cox. When you see these, those will be what they're associated with. And also, because that can be hard to remember, each slide that represents those records will have tabs up at the top to remind people of what they represent. We can advance, I think. This shape that you will see when we're dealing with cell site connections, this is a visual representation of what the estimated coverage area of a particular cell site would look like if you were above it looking down. So there's the way that the records are stored and the way that they're returned to us by the cell phone providers. They will indicate a date and a time a connection was made. They'll give sufficient information to identify the tower to which it connected and also the face of the tower. So cell phone towers have multiple faces that a device could connect to, and that's going to indicate a direction generally. And then one can estimate what the coverage area of that face of the tower might be, and that's represented on the map as an estimate of the device's likely location area.
So when we're talking about the cell phone itself giving you the GPS location, is that more specific than the cell tower data that you're receiving from the providers like Verizon and T-Mobile?
Yeah, so there's there's a distinction between precision and accuracy, right? So precision is how precisely the thing is defined. So what area? So when the GPS location data says this exact latitude and longitude to some number of decimal places was logged at this time, that's very precise. That doesn't mean it has to be very accurate, but it does mean it's quite precise. What you will see when these devices are connecting to cell towers is you're going to see relatively large areas where the device is inferred to have been. It likely was in that area. This is different because the device didn't record this location. The provider recorded that on this date, at this time, this mobile device connected to this tower on this face, and we know or are able to determine the approximate coverage areas of those towers. But it's not more precise than that. It's a much more general area. This is another representation of that shape. So this shape is derived by people in the industry by testing the way that these antennas work in what's called an anechoic chamber, which is a fancy word for a room that's designed to reduce the interference with the propagation of radio waves. So if this represents what a coverage area might look like under lab conditions, one thing to keep in mind is that the real world basically never mirrors lab conditions. This is an estimated area where you would expect an antenna to likely have coverage. And that's what it's represented for. And then if you click forward, it just shows the direction the antenna face was pointing. If you are looking at one of these shapes on the map, then that center line is what's known as the azimuth, which is essentially just the angle at which that face of the tower was recorded to have been facing.
So you're not able to tell us within this area where the cell phone may have been located?
Not without a different type of data or a separate corroboration. It's to say that the likely coverage area where the device likely was is somewhere in that red shaded area.
And so when you talked about trying to use other sources to verify this, we talked about Charles Ballow's phone and looking at the GPS data, for instance, with the Walgreens. Are you doing the same thing with the cell tower?
Yes, that's correct. It's with any of the data that we're given that asserts to represent the location of a person or of a device. One of the first things one wants to ask is, okay, well, how reliable is that? And what ways can we determine if it's reliable? And so in all instances, I'm looking to see other corroboration that that location data appears to be accurate. This is an example of what the mapping will look like that you'll see throughout this. So this is just a section taken from a slide that was generated, and I put it up front so you can see in advance what it's likely to look like at different points. So if you click forward, this is going to represent in Google Earth Pro, they have this timeline slider bar that allows one to interact with what time it is. So up top, that should be visible, and there'll also be notation, and it'll show approximately when the events depicted on the screen took place, and it'll be a range. It can be widened or narrowed as needed. And if you'll click forward. So as we just discussed, the estimated location for the device ending 9120 would be somewhere in that green shaded area. And if you'll click forward, the iPhone, which was recording its locations as pinpoints, those are all expanded out, but you see how the lines all draw to the same approximate place. That means that for a period of time, it was in a same location, and when one clicks on it, they all balloon out to show that they're all tied back to that same place. So you would expect the iPhone to be in the area where those all tie together. And if one zooms in, you get a more precise look at that. And then if you click forward, then the estimated location for 5452, somewhere in the lavender shaded area, you'll notice that they're sized differently. This size is an estimate based on cell phone tower density. It can vary by provider, and it can vary by the area because as a general rule, cell phones seek the strongest connection that they have available to them. So when the device connects to the tower, that tower's area may be greater if there is less density of cell towers around, and it may be smaller if there's more density. And then the last thing is a reminder of what those tabs up top are for. Those are just to help a viewer keep track of what they're seeing on the screen.
All right. You told us that you mapped just July 11th of 2019, correct?
Correct. So this animation is showing location data derived from the cell phones. You'll see the tab up top reminding you what the color coding means. And it shows the True by Hilton, 1950 South Santan Village Parkway, and that the location data is in that area in the early morning hours and also in a few areas nearby, but then returns to that area.
I don't know why I did that. Hold on.
Looks like one of the car wash things that you go through.
So we're looking, you have 716, Charles' iPhone is in the area of the True Hilton. So this is AM, correct?
Yeah, so it's, and forgive me, I'm going to use military time because it's what we do. But 0000 is midnight through 716. This animation covers that range of time, and it's playing through what the locations do as one scrolls through that time, including that they end and the True by Hilton. These can be somewhat graphically intensive.
Okay. So as you're continuing through the morning, you continue mapping the GPS of Charles's phone?
Yes, so
Oh, why it's doing this?
Psychedelic.
we may need a different machine.
May need to what?
A different machine. Okay, this time frame that you saw depicted partially is showing that from 716 to 731, all the individual recorded locations describe a path, and that path leads from the True Hilton along major roadways generally, and then comes at around 731 to the area 5531 South Four Peaks Place. And then it goes slightly past that to 737, which marks the last outgoing communication sent by the device before the shooting is known to have occurred.
We'll keep trying this one, and if it messes up again, I'll switch to the other one.
All right.
So just so we know, when was the 911 call?
The 911 call was at 8:36.
So at 7:37, you see the last outgoing communication. That's a text message sent by the phone.
Correct. This is advancing from 737 to 749 and showing those various location hits in the general area of the Four Peaks Place house. And then at about 750, which as it notes is 45 minutes before the call would be made to 911, the device leaves the area. And then it zooms out and it shows that at a 752, which is about 43 minutes before the call will be made to 911, the device associated with Alex Cox, specifically the 9120 device, makes an outgoing call to the 9562 device associated with Ms. Lori Vallow.
All right, so we see the little house icon is the residence where the shooting occurred, correct?
Correct.
And we see Lori Vallow's phone at this point at 9:52, utilizing a cell tower that is overlaps some, but it appears to be away from the residence.
Yes, so the pin is the location of the cell tower that is being connected to in each of these cases. So yes, one would notice that the cell tower being serviced for Ms. Vallow's device is a bit farther to the north in this case.
And
There's
then you
your
said that there
boom
was a
moment.
call from Alex Cox's cell phone to Lori Vallow's cell phone?
That's correct. So we've added on the map the location of the Burger King at 2865 East Ocotillo Road, and you can see the red dots again representing the GPS locations from Charles Vallow's phone, arriving at around that time. So we're looking from 7:53 to 7:56, and the device is at or near where that Burger King is located.
And so when you went to Burger King, let me ask this, the prior map that we saw, did that cell tower cover the area of where this Burger King was or is?
It may have. The thing is, all these locations are estimates, so it's in the area. It likely covered it, yes.
Did you then utilize that video that we talked about to confirm that Charles Vallow's phone showing in this area appeared to match the SUV as well as Miss Vallow being there?
Yes, it appears to match this visit to the Burger King, which we are now seeing. This is the video that I recovered from the Burger King.
All right, so this was a video that, so you could identify the vehicle and at least see the license plate on that?
Correct.
And as you watched it, this one doesn't depict the, or you can't see the driver on this video, right?
Right, there's another view coming up.
Okay. So this one just shows us hands going in and out?
It does. It shows the view showing the vehicle. This is one of the views that they have of their drive-through.
So if we forward to the next slide,
Yes,
we will see from the inside the service of.
correct. So this is their drive-through window view. Again at 7:54.
If the jury had any doubts or questions, not anymore.
Bless you.
This is blatant, very bad evidence for Lori. Great evidence for the state.
And so did this appear to match the receipt that you had received?
This did appear to match the receipt, and this I was told as well, and that document was associated with this transaction.
So the time matched up as well as what they appear to be purchasing
Correct.
in the video.
Correct.
So there you
In
go.
this video, were you able to see if there was someone in the back seat?
I can't particularly tell if there's someone in the back seat.
So you could tell there was a passenger though.
Front seat passenger, yes. All right, so we see the vehicle pulling away. It's almost 7:56 according to their timestamp. We can now advance. This video as well is going to show at about 7:56 as the vehicle leaves from that view at the drive-through.
So again, we're seeing that the times that are documented on Charles's phone seem to appear with what you're looking at from other independent sources.
That's correct. So here we have the location data from Mr. Vallow's iPhone is now moving north. You see those few hits that are rendered in red. That's from 7:56 to 8:06. So that's the time that the vehicle just left and going forward 10 minutes. And then at 8:06, there is this outgoing call from Alex Cox's device to Lori Vallow's device. And you can see the service area for Ms. Vallow's device has also moved north to an area that covers the same area where you see those red data points for Mr. Vallow's iPhone.
So now it's clear that from the mapping that Charles Vallow's phone, the GPS data appears to be in the general area of where Lori Vallow's cell phone is utilizing a cell tower.
That's correct.
And Alex Cox's phone appears to be utilizing a cell tower in the area of the residence at 5531 South Four Peaks.
That's correct.
Then we have a phone call at 8:06. At this time, has 911 been called?
Nope. This location data now goes to an area where there is a Walgreens in Chandler. This is, again, location data from Mr. Vallow's phone. And then it goes north and west to a different Walgreens. This Walgreens at 785 South Cooper Road is the one from which I eventually obtained video. And we see it's arriving around 8:16 in the morning.
Did you go to that other Walgreens?
I did not go to that other Walgreens.
Did you call them?
I did not.
So you picked the right one. You called this Walgreens. Were you able to see that the phone was there for a while?
Yes.
And did that give you a clue that this was the Walgreens that might have some relevant information?
More likely, correct.
So we see those red dots again identified as Charles Vallow's iPhone, the GPS data that was extracted from it. And we see that his phone is in that area around 8:08.
Well, it moves to that area. So at 8:08, it was at the one on Lindsay. And then from 8:08 to 8:17, it moves up to the one on Cooper. And that's where we are now, is at around 8:17.
And we can tell that from the up on the left-hand corner.
The slider up top. Yep.
Okay. So then you went to that Walgreens after you confirmed and you obtained video from them?
That's right.
And is this the video?
This is the video. You can see the timestamp at 8:16 as she walks in. And then I think we can advance to the next. So these are just multiple views that they had. The video at the door was motion activated, so I don't control when it starts or ends. Those are the clips that they had.
Unbelievable.
So she's buying 2 pairs of flip-flops.
As indicated in the receipt.
Absolutely unbelievable.
So you'll see on their timestamp, we're now up to 8:20, and the
Did
transaction.
she just get some cash back? Did I see that right? Did she get cash back? And wasn't that Charles's card? Or did she pay
Yeah, I think
total
we can go to
cash?
the next slide. All right, so this shows now a time span from 8:17 to 8:33. You see that the next location hits move over to Lawrence Life Academy at 8:33 at 1305 South Gilbert Road. So this is a couple minutes before the 911 call. And then we see the 911 call depicted in that coverage area in the green towards the bottom of the screen. And it shows 8:35 and 54 seconds is when the outgoing 911 call is placed. It shows that number there to 911, indicating that the call is outgoing from the 9120 number associated with Mr. Alex Cox. And the last location data that we see in this time span for Mr. Vallow's iPhone is up by the Gilbert and Ray area.
So where we see that red dot is where Lawrence Life Academy is, or in the general area of that.
Correct.
And then we see that still back at the residence at 5531 South Four Peaks is Alex Cox's cell phone. And this is when he finally makes the 911 call at 8:35.
That's correct. This is an excerpt from the Chandler Police Department's CAD report in this manner, showing the call received and connected at 8:36 and 21 seconds. And this is specifically relative to this case. You can see our report number in the first line of text entered by the call taker.
And is that, again, to verify that phone call you're seeing occurring on Alex Cox's phone records matches up with what is being received?
Exactly. And then here at 8:49, we would see, looking at the location data on Mr. Vallo's phone, it's moving south, and that it's about at 8:49 that it arrives in the neighborhood at 5531 South Four Peaks Place, rather, and specifically on that street. So just looking at the data, you would expect the device has now arrived in the area of the house at about 8:49.
Now, you told us that this GPS data, that you have no control over when a phone is documenting that. So it's not like every minute or every 5 minutes that it does that.
Correct.
You're just given the data you're given. That's when it marked again that where it was.
Correct.
Did you then, again, to try to confirm that this is in fact, his phone is back in the area by looking to body cam footage to show the arrival of Lori Vallow and Tylee Ryan?
Correct. So one way of corroborating if the device is traveling with her and if it arrives at about the same time, our body cameras are all time stamped. The officer happened to be wearing his upside down, so I'll fix that for you in a moment on this slide, but you can see the timestamp there. And if we advance, I highlight a couple of things about this slide. I highlight the sandals. I invert the timestamp so you can read it properly, and I do the conversion because it's in Zulu time, which is Greenwich Mean Time, which is always 7 hours ahead of Arizona. So you have to do a little conversion to get to 8:48 in the morning.
This is bringing it all together.
And matches with the GPS data from Charles Vallow's phone showing that his phone was now back on scene.
Correct.
Now, you continued to track the phone for the day.
Yes, so this shows the time span 8:49 to 9. The phone is near the Four Peaks house, as was Alex Cox's device. Advancing a little bit, we see that now Alex's device is up in the area of the Chandler Police Department. And another way that I can check that that appears to be accurate is that I know that he was transported there at about that time.
All right, so we saw, before this went purple, that Lori Vallow's cell phone and Alex Cox's cell phone were in the area of the 5531 South Four Peaks,
Yes,
along with Charles's iPhone.
yes,
And then we see a movement of Alex's phone to the Chandler Police Department.
yes, that area where it was at the end of the slide before the animation overpowered the machine was showing a coverage area that includes the Chandler Police Department.
So what are we seeing here then?
Okay, this is just advancing forward through the day. So showing that if you go to the noon hour, then between 12:13 and 12:36, the device moves up to an area by Santan Village Parkway in the 202. And then there is a tower connection with Ms. Vallow's device ending in 9562, showing that device is also in an area served by that tower.
So in this time frame then of 12:30, we see both Charles Vallow's cell phone GPS data and Lori Vallow's cell phone utilizing a cell tower in the area of Santan.
Yes, that's right. So this is again showing the trail of those location data points moving forward in time as Charles Vallow's device is moving roughly east. And you can see also connections made by Lori Vallow's phone and by Alex Cox's phone in similar areas at similar timeframes until we get to a point where the device arrives at this house at 1658 East Shari Street in Santan, which I understand to be Mr. Alex Cox's residence at the time.
All right, so the address of 1658 East Shari or Shari Street in Santan was Mr. Cox's residence. And now at 140 or so, 130 to 140, we're talking about Charles Vallow's phone being sending GPS data that it's in that area.
Yes, that's correct. So now looking at 1342 to 1407, so that's 1:42 to 2:07 p.m. You see multiple tower hits from both of Lori's devices, and you also see persistent GPS location data from Mr. Vallo's device in that same area. Specifically, this call that you're seeing now in the lavender is known to be a call made to Detective Ynclen's desk phone.
All right, so we have Lori Vallow in the area of utilizing a cell tower in the area of her brother Alex's house, along with Charles Vallow's iPhone being in that area of his house.
Correct.
And then we see a call to Detective Ynclen's desk phone by Ms. Vallow.
That's correct.
And were you aware that Detective Ynclen had called Lori to ask them to return to the scene?
I was aware of that.
Were you actually at the scene?
At that time, I don't think so.
Okay. You were there earlier.
That's correct.
So,
No, I'm going to correct that. I was there at that time.
okay. You were still at the
I
scene?
was still at the scene at that time, yes.
2 o'clock.
Yes.
All right, so this next map or slide that we see, what is this time frame we're seeing?
Okay, so this advances just a little bit. So it's 1409 to 1418. Again, we still see red location hits for Mr. Vallo's iPhone. We still see blue for Ms. Vallow's 9562 number. And we see this lavender one come up for her 5452 number. It's an outgoing call to a particular phone number that I know to be associated with the Valley of the Sun mortuary. If you advance to the next slide.
Maybe.
Oh, now you can advance. I was just highlighting the number. This is that same number on their website.
So at 2, go back, at 2:18, Lori
Correct.
Vallow is calling the Valley of the Sun mortuary.
Yes. So here we advance this area. This is going up closer to 243. You'll see location data for the iPhone starts trending westward and is eventually going to arrive again in the area of 5531 South 4 Peaks. That's at about 3:11 p.m. when it arrives in that area.
Now, you indicate in one of the icons up there that from 209 to 243 or 1409 to 1443, that you also had noted Lori's, both of her phones associated with her, the Verizon and T-Mobile, as well as Alex's Verizon phone, were initially in the area of Alex's house in Santan. And that sort of throughout that time period, you're saying?
Correct.
And then we see initially Charles's GPS coming back to the residence at 5531 South 4 Peaks and arriving there around 2:43.
Arriving there around 3:11. Yep, correct.
So we know that because we have to again look at the slide up at the top. That's when it arrives there.
Correct.
After that, did you become aware that Charles Vallow's cell phone was handed over to Detective Ynclen?
I did.
And then presented to someone later in your forensics unit to download, extract, so that you could use it for instance, this.
Correct. It was assigned that item number I listed earlier in the report, and then it was submitted for extraction, and that's how I eventually obtained that location data that you've just seen.
Did you look at any other days to do GPS data?
I did not.
Was this day looked at because you were trying to see what was going on with both Miss Vallow, Alex Cox, as well as Charles, and later just his phone?
Yes, specifically, we initially had concerns about the timeline I was initially asked to look at, and I looked at it at that time, noting those issues, which led to recovery of video and things. Is not primarily my case. I was
Ladies and gentlemen, phone seats to stay off or you will be asked to leave the courtroom.
as it's not primarily my case. Beyond that, I would have done whatever else I was asked to do, but I wasn't asked to look at other days in this case.
So ultimately, what you determined was that the timeline of Lori Vallow leaving when the 911 call was and returning back was not accurate.
Yes, as I understood, based on, again, the multiple different ways now that we're able to corroborate location not only of devices that are relevant, because we knew at this point that she had Charles's phone, we knew numbers for her phones, we have video of her at various places. It led to the inescapable conclusion that either the shooting did not happen that close in time to the 911 call, or that she wasn't there for the shooting. I could not see a third way of interpreting that data.
Thank you. I have no other questions for this witness.
All right, cross.
That's what you call officially smoked. That's what you call flame broiled. Lori, that's what you call shit on. I can't believe she's going to try and go up and say something to him. Let's see what she has to say. Baby voice incoming in 3, 2, 1.
Detective Werther, you had submitted a report on 12/26/2019, is that correct?
That sounds correct.
And have you had a chance to review that at all before your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. So you found some interestingly contrasting things in your report that you reported on that date. You made a note of his daily text message of love and devotion to me. Do you remember that?
I do not.
Okay. Then you also made a note of his interactions with women he was attempting to date. Is that correct?
I do remember that.
Okay. Detective Werther, in your report on page 103, you indicate that Charles went to the airport to meet Florence Hughes and found that she
Object to
never boarded.
relevance.
Is that correct?
Hold on.
Object to relevance.
What's the relevance of that?
It's just in his report, Your Honor, and I was just going over it to see if,
Well, everything in a police report isn't necessarily relevant. Well, how's it relevant to this case?
it's relevant to show what was going on in this, right before this happened. These
All right.
events happened within June and July.
All right, it's the objection sustained.
Did you learn who Florence Hughes was?
And I'm going to object again to relevance.
Sustained.
In your report, Detective, you find evidence that Charles did in fact send someone $1,000.
And I would object to relevance again.
Sustained.
Lori, it's
And I
not
would
going to
object
work.
to relevance to all of these types of questions.
When you had, what was your role in going through the data from the phone, from my husband's phone?
So primarily I went through the location data because of the concerns we had about timeline. I know I went through other data associated with other accounts, but I don't believe I specifically went through the phone extraction outside of the location data.
Okay. But in your report, you made a lot of notes to these things, but that wasn't what you were looking for? You just happened upon it? How did that happen?
So there are things found, I think many of those may be related to a Google account. And Yes, as certain things were being accomplished as a team, sometimes you'll task out and say, would you look through this to see what you find that may be relevant? And it isn't always clear up front in an investigation what's going to be relevant. So when I see communications between people without knowing the full story, particularly when I'm not the primary case agent, I may note things because I want to make sure the case agent knows of them so he or she can decide if that's a thing that needs to be pursued further. And if they think it is, then they can ask me or someone else, or they can do it themselves. But that would be why some of those things are documented.
Okay. And you wrote them in your report because you thought they might be relevant?
Yes, not knowing the full case, I noted things like that that may be relevant.
And that would need to go to the case agent so he could decide if those were relevant or not as well?
Correct. The case agent has much fuller information, particularly as a long-term investigation goes on. As somebody who's just helping out with certain tasks, it's not always obvious to you what things are going to be relevant to the person who knows the entirety of the case.
So you mentioned in your report that on July 10th, there was a scheduled phone date with Nancy Jo Hancock. Is that correct?
I think I did indicate that in my report, yes.
Okay. And then on the next day, there was another date scheduled with a Jennifer Gilbert at 12 o'clock.
That sounds correct.
And then the next day, there was another date
Your Honor, I'm
scheduled with
gonna-
a Juliet at 10 a.m.
And obviously
Right.
trying to smear the victim.
All right, the objection sustained.
Detective, did you find searches for these dates
Can I
for my
object?
husband back
Hold
to?
on.
If we can do a
Hold on.
sidebar.
Sustained.
This is a different
What-
question,
no,
Your Honor.
Whether he went on dates or had dates scheduled is not relevant to this case. Ask another question. You can ask about the date of the person that testified the night before because that person was in here and had some relevant information. But other than that, any of these other questions are not relevant.
Thank you, Stay. Trying to smear his name.
Detective, you talked about going with Detective Moffett to the hotel room where you found my husband's laptop. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. And then was also his iPad in there?
I believe so.
And then you said some suitcases,
Correct.
maybe his briefcase was like a rolling suitcase?
It may have been, we may be describing the same thing differently. I didn't personally inventory the items. I helped to package them and take them back to the station.
Okay. So when you got there, does that stuff go in evidence bags? I mean, how does that work when you got to the hotel room? Can you walk us through that?
Sure, there are different ways that one can do it. Pardon me. If the crime had occurred at the hotel room, it might be done in a different way. In this case, just clearing out someone's hotel room instead of unpacking everything there and searching through all of it in the hotel room and then repacking it all there. Sometimes it's much more appropriate to take the items as they are, seal them up, take them back to the station and impound them where they can be dealt with later as needed. So that's what we did in this case.
And then so with the electronic devices, were they off already or were they on? How did that work out?
I didn't check the condition of them, but I also didn't alter the condition of them.
So nobody got on there and opened it up or anything to see if it was powered on or not?
I did not do that.
Okay. And it was just you and Detective Moffett in there, is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. So after you collect all those things and then you take them with you to go to evidence, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And so how long about do you think that you were there at that hotel room?
I no longer recall exactly how long we were there.
And then is someone documenting that? Like as you're putting together things, someone's writing down what that is? What you're taking?
Oh, writing down what the items are. Yes, so we do document what the items are that we're taking, typically by at the station entering that into our report management system where they're assigned numbers like the one that you saw for the cell phone earlier. And then an evidence continuity begins when they're submitted to the property and evidence unit.
And then was there anything left in there that wasn't taken? I mean, just kind of clear out all of his things.
Anything left in the room?
Correct.
I do not believe we left anything in the room.
Okay. So then all of the things were taken into custody, and that was the end of your association with them?
That's right.
Okay. But you were instrumental in delivering them, is that correct?
Yes, I assisted in packaging and delivering them, yes.
And that was just you and Detective Moffett?
Yes, that's right.
In the course of your investigation, Detective, did you become aware of the $2 million life insurance policy Charles had on me?
I'm not aware of that.
In the course of your investigation with my husband's phone, did you come across the threatening text messages from him to me?
I don't believe I saw text message content from his phone. From the phone, I restricted what I was looking at to the location data I had been given. So I'm not aware of contents of the phone.
Okay. And then, Detective, what was your role back at the house at Four Peaks Place? Approximately what time did you arrive and then leave the scene?
I arrived, it's indicated in my report, and I wouldn't want to hazard a guess because I don't recall, but I remained at the scene essentially, as mentioned, to shadow and observe the way these investigations are conducted. I know I was still there when the medical examiner arrived. I know I was still there when Mr. Cox came back, but exactly what time I left, I do not know.
Okay. And you mentioned you were shadowing Detective Kuntz, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did you stay with him the whole time?
Yes.
And so you just kind of helped him doing what he was doing?
Yes, and I'm not confident how much I was there helping as much as observing. I didn't actually perform any particular tasks while I was there because, again, I was not on the team yet.
So you were observing mostly?
Mostly.
And then did you take notes while you were observing, or just
I did not.
physical with the eyes?
I was just there to observe, yeah.
Okay. You had mentioned that you had called me on July 12th, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And that I had told you that I had when you asked me about information about JJ's school, I gave that to you, correct?
Correct.
And then I told you that I had the hotel key, is that correct?
Correct.
And you indicated that you'd send someone over to pick it up.
Well, yes,
Correct.
I said I would check with the case agent, and that's probably what would happen.
And then, so did you contact Detective Moffett and discuss that with him?
I did.
And then he sent you over to the house to get it?
Well, we agreed to go together. Oh, to the house, I'm sorry.
Oh, to come pick up the card key?
Yes, I think we agreed that I would go do that, yes.
Okay, what about time was that? Was that on the 12th?
It was on the 12th. It's in my report. I think it was the 2 o'clock hour.
Okay. And then you weren't with Detective Moffett at that time?
I was not.
And then when did you guys actually go to the hotel to pick up that stuff?
We went right after that.
Oh, it was immediate?
Yes.
How long, Detective, did you analyze all this data before you did your report?
Well, that could be a complicated question because initially I only looked at the location data I had been provided. And initially we were only dealing with the location data from Mr. Vallo's phone. And then I wasn't heavily involved in the investigation after that point. As I recall, I was actually out of town some, and so I wasn't heavily involved. And then if you advance to some years later, when I had learned more how to interpret cell phone records, and those cell phone records still existed, I was asked to look at them and to incorporate them into an overall analysis. So that now we're talking about something that occurred several years later. And the exact amount of time I spent doing that, I don't know exactly how long that would have been. I still did restrict my analysis to just that one calendar day.
In the first place, and then you got more data later.
I know there is more data, but I have not gone through and done a thorough analysis of all of the data that has been assembled over the course of whatever time frame has been determined to be relevant in this case. I was asked to look at the day of the event.
Okay. But you had other data in this report that was dated 12/26, is that correct?
Yeah, that seems right.
How long before that 12/26 report did you spend compiling data? That's kind of my question, like weeks or months or just a few days?
I'm not sure I fully understand that question. So if this is what you're asking, when you write, for example, a search warrant to an internet service provider, let's say for somebody's Google or for something similar to that, once you send that, you just have to wait. And at some point they give it back to you. And then once they give it back to you, you go through it and you see what's contained in that. You save it to the side as evidence, and then you create a copy so you can go through that. And that's what I did. The amount of time I spent doing that, that's not something that we log.
Okay.
Wrap it up, Lori. Wrap it up.
But your report goes from, I guess, Bates page 88 to 105, so about 8 pages worth of data, yeah? Say?
I'm not sure, is that a question?
Or maybe it was even longer. Did you go to Lauren's Life Academy at any point?
I did not.
And were you able to identify JJ in the front seat of the car at the Burger King?
I wouldn't say that I can definitely identify him.
That you indicate possible juvenile with short dark hair in front passenger seat. Is that correct?
That's what I was able to see on the video.
Okay.
Lori, let him go home early. You ain't doing yourself no favors.
That's all we have, Your Honor.
Praise the Lord.
All right.
She heard me.
Redirect.
I sent a direct message to her portal and it went through her shock belt.
When you went to the True Hilton Hotel and picked up all of Charles Vallow's personal property, did you ever review anything from his laptop? Were you provided with extractions from his laptop that you reviewed?
I think I was at one point provided that, yes.
Did you use any of that data from the laptop in creating your PowerPoint?
No,
Did you review anything, any extractions from his iPad?
I don't believe I reviewed the iPad.
So obviously, did you use that in your PowerPoint?
No.
In your understanding, why were you only asked to look at the day of July 11th of 2019?
My understanding specifically was because we were looking at the very significant to us fact that the timelines that we had been told appeared to be inaccurate. The purpose of what I looked at was to examine whether that inaccuracy was supported by or refuted by various different types of location data, video data, other evidence. And again, that's specifically what I looked at, is does it appear that this device, as I had been told, was actually traveling with Miss Vallow, or does it not appear to be the case? And doesn't matter to me what the outcome was, but as you can see, there are indications that it was. Beyond that, if someone had asked me, oh, well, now there's some relevant question we want you to look at an expanded timeline for, I would have been happy to do so, but I was not asked to do that in this case.
So were you trying to determine whether or not it was accurate if you had not or been advised that the shooting occurred just before 911 was called?
Correct.
And did what you learned match up with that?
No, again, as I said, I will say that the device has clearly departed the scene well before the 911 call and does not return until after the 911 call. The distances make it entirely implausible that the device went all that way that quickly, plus the timestamps are logged prior to the event. And so again, I could see only two possible interpretations. Either the shooting happened much earlier than we were told, or the device and the person bearing it, which I understand to be Ms. Vallow, left well before the shooting occurred. I don't see a third option.
Thank you. No other questions?
Are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I don't see any. Sir, you can step down.
Thank you.
All right, members of the jury, I've been informed that a witness that was scheduled for this afternoon has become ill and would not be able to appear this afternoon. So we're going to break early for the day. The schedule for the rest of the week will be 10:30 to 4:30 for Wednesday and Thursday. So plan on 10:30 to 4:30 for both of those days. You're free to go for the rest of the day. Please remember the admonition. We'll see you tomorrow at 10:30 a.m.
All right, for the jury.
Honey, they are skipping out of that courthouse, okay? I'm talking skipping. Okay. I mean, might even be doing some damn cartwheels to match all the only appropriate thing for Lori to be doing at that defense table right now is a handstand. That's where we're at with this, okay? We're at handstand level, okay? Hold on, let me back this up some. We're only appropriate thing is handstand and maybe some hems.
Is there anything else before we recess from the state?
Okay, hold on. Let's just get rid of this. Okay. Thanks, Jana. I appreciate it. So so what happened, y'all, is their last witness, well, not the last witness, but for the day or whatever. Basically, this dude has been sick. He's still sick, so he can't come in. So essentially it was just like we gotta cut out early. Pardon me. They're hoping to have that tomorrow. Now, the state was basically saying we're gonna be able to rest on Thursday, we think, possibly tomorrow. This could slow this down. As we have already seen with Lori, I had coffee. A lot of her subpoenas didn't go out. We learned today she didn't even really know who she was subpoenaing. Check your mailboxes. You might have been subpoenaed by her. Okay, go and check. This is borderline not a joke. The sick witness, I believe, is another detective. So the boom shakalaka mic drop evidence to me was this dude right here. Now it's been prepping up to this, but this is the boom shakalaka moment. This dude said or showed very simple, very digestible. We've seen the behavior. We've seen this. It's weird. It's this, it's that. Now we have seen in black and white, 1 and 100, nothing in between. Okay. This is where Lori's car was. This is where her phone was. This is where Alex was. This is where his phone was. This is when he called 911. This is when he called Lori. Done. She left the house. He called her. 40 some minutes later, he calls 911. Period. There is no excuse. There is nothing you can say. That is bizarre. And then we see footage of Lori going to Burger King, going to Walgreens, while her husband has been killed and is essentially bleeding out and dying at the house, and Alex is setting the scene up, right? There's no questioning it. All her behavior leading up to this, it's like, she's off. There's this. We know she lies about Social Security. This was the conspiracy to me, right? Now, there might be obviously more professional, like lawyer channels who are like, well, she actually proved it with this. But for me on the jury, like that's how I view this kind of stuff. This right here was the simplistic pill of Lori's guilty that they spoon fed to me. And it was like, you can't, okay, that's so abnormal. And I'm also like, and then we also saw that video of her laughing and joking to the cops right after her. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. So for me, it's now obviously we already know we've been following this, right? But I mean, I'm just desperately trying to look at it from their point of view of meaning the jurors, that they don't shouldn't know the stuff that we know, right? So wow. Okay. Wow. Oh, Lordy do. So this is going to get interesting. So tomorrow, what we should be seeing, hey, I know the puppies are coming to say goodnight. Yeah, we have all the toys on the here. So Oliver has brought you his peace offering. This means that he trusts y'all. He brought you the little brown bear. Okay, that's very important around here. Okay. He didn't bring it to Lori. He brought it to the Sofa Squad. So he's giving you his offering, his evening offering. Oliver, can you give it? He's doing his offering to you. So tomorrow, oh yeah, upstate. I agree. I think she knew she sent that to Larry. I think she knew. Lori has to have last word. Some of these questions that she's asking, a juror's going to see. Why are you up here talking about that? Just what we just saw. But did you see so-and-so's name in my husband's phone? My husband. The man who's dying at home while you're going to Burger King? Are you kidding? Did you see so-and-so's name in there? Did you see this? They're not having it. And did you hear? I love when the state said, she's trying to smear the victim. I love that she said that for the jury because it's true. It's true. Ugh. Whoops. Sorry. Oh Lord, I started it up. Which hold on. Who are you? What is your name? Luke. There. I mean, it's like a bunch of little kids. Yeah. Oliver's coming to y'all. Okay, hold on. Okay, sorry. Oliver's doing some parenting over here. Oliver, so right now we're in the keep away game. It doesn't matter. There's a whole tub of toys up here. Luke, there's a whole tub of toys up here, but Luke wants whatever somebody has. And then Oliver's not playing that. Oliver's like, no, I'm going to come take the toy away from you. And that's how this is going to go. So Oliver's the alpha dog. Okay, so tomorrow, I believe. So you heard him say, number one, timing. We're back on the normal schedule, right? I personally think that this will go till Thursday, meaning the state witnesses. I could be wrong. I'm no professional. I'm not there, right? But just seeing how, like, okay, we're gonna have to wait for tomorrow for this dude. And again, Lori does not spend too much time up there asking questions. I figured this would be way more Daryl Brooksy, way more what's her name? Sarah. Well, Sarah Boone didn't really represent herself in that way. But you see what I'm saying? Like, where we would be dragging each thing out. Now, this one right here, Lori's getting tired. Her mask is coming off more and more sooner into the day. And the jury's seeing that. Where she was not going to let them have that moment where she kept talking over the judge. And he's like, sustained, sustained, sustained. You know what I'm saying? Like, that part right there. Like, her mask is coming off more and more. And I think at this point, they've seen that. They've seen it, right? And I don't know what the ratio of the jury is now, because I mean, I forget how many we've lost so far and put standbys in, but we started off with a mostly male jury, which I don't know how that stuff works. I just feel like that's not by accident with Lori in the case, but there's other things involved there. I don't want to give her that much credit, right? Oops, sorry about that, everybody. So it's a mostly male jury that's listening. I don't think at this point, I mean, I was like, I'm just having many thoughts right now. I do not think that they're going to fall for the baby voice. Woe is me. Oh, I'm a victim of my husband. I don't think it's like that's her go-to, but she's no longer in her natural element, right? And so I think that people are going to see that as that, oh, like what we do. That's her manipulative tool. That's one of her weapons. That's what she does. Juju says, I think the male jury is going to say they know crazy. Right? It's like, but you heard it, and it's like, you see how Lori, and I think that this is what's so fascinating about this particular thing. You are seeing Lori, and the jury is seeing it, how she interacts differently with women versus men, familiar women versus non-familiar women, familiar men versus not men she's attracted to versus not. You're seeing it all played out. Just like when she was on the phone with Robin, you know, the insurance woman from yesterday, and I'm talking about the phone calls, like when this is all popping off, and she was like, oh, she was going for the, come on, get in here. You know, don't you hate a man too that did this? I mean, I've got 5 kids to raise. One of them's autistic. He's 7 months old. No money. You see what I'm saying? They see the, hopefully they do, right? And I'm talking about the jury. They can see this. And then that baby, I'm sorry, I don't know who that works on, that baby voice. I don't know if dudes fall for that. I don't know. To me, it grates my nerves. And it just, because it's so obvious, that whole like, thank you. To me, when people try and employ that, it's just no, it's, to me, immediately manipulative red flags go off in my mind. Immediate red flag manipulation warning goes off in my mind, right? And so I'm just like, that little key, maybe it worked for her. Clearly it probably did with Chad. But then when we sit here and say, I mean, that's who that works on, right? It's like, that's who that works on. Phoenix says, baby voice makes me want to break things. It does. It really does. Jenny Price right there. The men all have a Lori in their past that they still hate. Bingo. Yes, it's like the Gypsy Rose voice. Bingo. I think a lot of these dudes up there, well, so you can view it through 2 lenses, right? The dudes who have possibly dated someone like Lori and they already know the routine. They've seen this. They've been victimized by it. Oh my God. Or women who have interacted with a Lori. You know what I'm saying? Like they've dealt with a Lori on this level. They know it. They see it. Lori is a vibe. Lori is a cliche of a personality that most people do not like. Maybe at one point she was cool. I don't know. I never knew her, right? But she has just reduced herself down to this. Oh, and Ronnie O'Neill, that's a good one, right? I mean, upstate, honestly, if we had a bigger male population, I would do a poll, but most of the people watching are women. I'm curious too. I would love to do a survey of men of various ages, because I think that will come into play of what is up with the baby voice thing. What do men say about the baby voice thing? Like, we need a scientific study, right? I don't get it at all. Wait, Kai says, I think, wait, hold on. Let me get back up. Okay, we got Wyatt's a guy. Wyatt's a guy. Okay, Wyatt, we have a question. The Lori baby. Okay, so for dudes who are in the chat, thank you. What is up with the baby voice thing that Lori does? What we need, it's cute and younger people. Okay, yeah, that's one thing I was sitting there thinking, like I could see that vibe. And then, why do you like kawaii baby voice? What is kawaii baby voice? Okay, hear me out. It says, I'm a man. Baby voice equals fun, then crazy. Okay, yeah, I get it. Is very LD and indicative of a submissive woman. Okay, that makes sense too. She's too old. Okay, got it. Bar. Innocent baby voice. Kawaii means cute in Japanese. Oh, that's right. Kawaii. Who's that singer who did that song? Avril Lavigne. Kawaii. Is that it right there? What you're talking about? Kawaii. So it's a you're big and powerful. Okay, yeah. So it's like Lori's trying to give something that maybe, and I'm not trying to age shame, but it's like I think she's trying to give something that's way past its expiration date with her. Baby Jane vibes, yes. Kawaii. Now I've got that song stuck in my head. Thank you. It's a good song though. You know what also it reminds me of, but Paris Hilton. So Paris Hilton does the baby voice, but at this point, she's admitted that it's a kid, like that's character. You know what I'm saying? It's just like that's like that whole Simple Life thing was a character. You know, she doesn't talk like that. You know, it's just a thing that she does. It reminds me very much of Paris Hilton. Imagine her in a pageant. Hey, kawaii. I can't imagine. What does trad wife mean? Is traditional? Is that short for traditional? Kawaii. Oh yeah, Ariana Grande does that too. Yeah. Traditional. Okay. Damsel in distress. Got traditional wife. Okay, yeah. Got it. Oh, so y'all, today's so let's round it out. So and thank you for all the information back, y'all. So tomorrow, 10:30, 2:00. Meaning, I'm sorry, 10:30 their time, 2:00 our time. Obviously, we'll be here a few minutes before, whatever. And we'll do we'll do our live stream tomorrow. We'll see how far we can get. Again, I thought it was a great day. I thought it was a great day for the state. I think it's winding down. I think Lori, pardon me, and I think Lori is digging her own grave, so to speak. But as somebody said earlier, it's whatever, because she ain't going nowhere. Okay, so there's that. So that is it. I do appreciate it. Thank you, mods, for being here. Thank you for chasing me around today while I left my phone in here constantly and walked away from the computer during breaks. I do appreciate it. Thank you, Sofa Squad, for being here. I hope everybody has a fun early evening. It's 6:17 where I'm at, p.m. Yeah, Jody Arias does do that. That's it. So we'll have another day tomorrow. I personally think trial's wrapping up next week. Again, unprofessional opinion. Most likely, it will do it on the day that I'm traveling. So it'll be next Thursday. We'll get a verdict. Let me figure out what exactly times I'm traveling, and that will be when the verdict will come in. So I can pretty much predict these things at this point based on my schedule. Okay. So we'll finish out with Slow Morrison's song. The Sofa Squad, I guess it's called. I don't even know. Does it have an official name to it? The Sofa Squad, I guess. And that's it. So I love y'all. Thank you, moderators. I do appreciate it. I hope everybody has a lovely evening, and I will see you tomorrow.
The pillows are fluff thanks to Miss Emily. The couch is wide enough. Join the family. It's all love while we laugh at Bert's criminalities. Hey, 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 welcome to the Sofa Squad. Sipping from the cup at hey, hey, hey. Come laugh with the Sofa Squad. Can't roll my damn eyes hard enough. Oh, please, the puppies need me. Oh, oh, please, my body is rejecting none of that fancy credential stuff. I'm just here for the cringe binge. Hey, 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 welcome to the Sofa Squad. Sipping from the cup and hey, hey, hey. Come laugh with the Sofa Squad. Can't roll my damn eyes hard enough. Oh, please, the puppies need me. Oh, please, my body is rejecting none of that fancy credentialed stuff. I'm just here for the cringe binge. Hey, 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 welcome to the Sofa Squad. Sipping from the cup that hey, hey, hey. Come laugh with the Sofa Squad. Can't roll my damn eyes hard enough.